$2 on a scratch-off ticket. Bought 2 12-packs and
Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. We won. We won. Thank you very much, everybody. What a good feeling. We like winning, don't we? Huh? We're going to make our country greater than ever before. Hello, Washington, and hello, America. We're all over America. I'm thrilled to be back with so many friends, supporters, and true American patriots on the eve of taking back our country. That's what we're going to do, take back our country. Tomorrow at noon, the curtain closes on 4 long years of American decline, and we begin a brand new day of American strength and prosperity, dignity and pride. Bring it. Well, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. We won. We won. Thank you very much, everybody. What a good feeling. We like winning, don't we? Huh? We're going to make our country greater than ever before. Hello, Washington, and hello, America. We're all over America. I'm thrilled to be back with so many friends, supporters, and true American patriots on the eve of taking back our country. That's what we're going to do, take back our country. Tomorrow at noon, the curtain closes on 4 long years of American decline, and we begin a brand new day of American strength and prosperity, dignity and pride. Bringing it all back. Once and for all, we're going to end the reign of a failed and corrupt political establishment.
you were with AP. They walk from behind. So.
always say, oh, it's going to get better. I've been doing this way too long. So it's not going to be. It's not going to be. The good thing is, summer's coming. Although, Sam has going great. Like this is cool. All the time. Like the other day, you see a girl selling. You look great. You look bad. You look bad. Not a hit on him. You're embarrassing. do it now. We can do it now. Just don't out of the way. Thank you so much. You guys are doing a great job.
Yeah, looks pretty damn good. Will do.
Obama's first inauguration, I was new in Popsicle, 15th and G. Yeah. Oh. said, yes, well, maybe a step at a time until I get to shit. No, fuck. Yeah.
Okay. Hey, we need to go tilt towards the right, please.
in their lifetime at least, worship here at one point in time. So yeah, it's called the Church of the Presidents, and this historic day it does begin here as it has for most. President Roosevelt started the church about 90 years ago, offering this moment of solace, this quiet escape from the pomp and pageantry that Washington so staged. So as for the service today, leading it will be St. John's rector, that is Reverend Robert Fisher, who will remember said that today's service will intentionally pare down fewer attendees and no sermon, allowing for the scripture, the prayers that you, President-elect himself,
that one. See, I knew you would get the answer. Yep, you can go. Thank you, Ed. I get it. Yeah, I get it. Special day, special time. It's not my show, it's your show, not mine. I defer. talking about. I know. Especially C-17s.
Hello and welcome to AP's live coverage of the inauguration of Donald Trump. I'm Meg Kennard. Joining me again here on set in AP's Washington Bureau is AP White House correspondent Sagar Meghani. Sagar, thank you as always for being here with me. Appreciate that. We will be here with you as we walk through all of today's official events. On this inauguration day, AP has live cameras positioned at every key location around Washington, capturing all of today's events. That includes inside the rotunda at the U.S. Capitol, where today's swearing in will happen due to below freezing temperatures here in Washington. But first off today on this inauguration day is a church service at St. John's Episcopal Church. That's just across Lafayette Park from the White House. And this is a location where this sort of ceremony has been tradition for inauguration days going back almost a century. So this will be the first time that we see President-elect Donald Trump before he is inaugurated for a second term in office. And it's a tradition that I was reading recently dates back to 1933 when FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, was the first president to take part in this kind of a ceremony at St. John's Episcopal Church. You see it there in pale yellow tones with white columns across the front. And again, this is the first stop on this day. Donald Trump spent last night at Blair House. That is the traditional guest residence for presidents, and it's where the president-elect typically always stays before he is inaugurated. Donald Trump has actually been there for a couple of nights now, but tonight he will be sleeping in the White House as the newly inaugurated president for his second term. So we are watching now and waiting for Donald Trump to be exiting Blair House and heading across to St. John's Episcopal Church. I was reading some reporting about what this service is like, and I say that I had to read about it because no cameras are allowed inside. This is considered to be a private event that does take place as part of the inaugural events, but it's not something that we in the media can really get in and see. But I was reading that the priest, the rector who presides over this service, sees it as relatively informal, a lot of prayer and a time for reflection as this incoming president prepares to take office. But he will be there along with family, some close advisors, some friends, invited guests. And it's a relatively simple service, from what I understand, that relies on the Episcopalian Book of Common Prayer without a traditional homily, without a sermon, without a lot of the things that we would see in a traditional church service. This is more of a prayer service. So that's what we will be anticipating as we get forward in this schedule. I want to talk really quickly as we wait for Donald Trump to show up here at this service. Sagar, let's talk a little bit about the day. After Donald Trump goes to this service here at St. John's Episcopal, what will we be seeing next? What will be his next stop?
What we'll be seeing is some of the tradition that has surrounded the inaugurations, but again, the entire flavor of it here in Washington is so different. It is bitterly cold outside. Everything's inside, so you will not see the parade. You will not see the new president walking down Pennsylvania Avenue and then sitting in the reviewing stand.
Those iconic images that we see every inauguration.
We're used to seeing, for example, when the Carters walked that entire 3-mile route from the Capitol down to the White House and inside. Long walk, but they decided to make it. We will see Donald Trump, as you said, who is on his way to Blair House. J.D. Vance, the incoming vice president, already inside. Several members of the president's incoming administration, like Pam Bondi, who's named to be the Attorney General, Kash Patel, who he wants to head the FBI. They are already inside, and now, as we see, that is the presidential motorcade, the president-elect's motorcade. Donald Trump will be making his way inside. There'll be the church service. He will go over to the White House, where he'll be greeted by
good. Thanks.
Home for you?
New Hampshire. I work out of Boston now. What about you? Oh, you're also from Buffalo. Okay. Gotcha. That's cool. Yeah, it's my fifth. I got you beat. I'm rooting for your Bills the rest of the way.
Who were you rooting beforehand?
Well, I'm a Jets fan, so I don't root for anybody pretty much after Halloween. Usually football season's over by November.
Is Rex Ryan coming back?
No.
you trying to go?
People keep sitting.
Give me a second. No, they're trying to get payments.
Oh, well, well, you know, when I because my time is
There's a right now. They're trying to. They should hold out. They're trying to figure it out.
I guess we have to wait. Everything. So they say
One people. Ladies and gentlemen, former speakers of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Kevin McCarthy, the Honorable John Boehner, accompanied by Mrs. Debbie Boehner, the Honorable Newt Gingrich, accompanied by Ambassador Callista Gingrich, and Mrs. Heather Foley.
Lester, good to see you. Good to see you, Pastor. Who's this guy you your next door neighbor. We never put one bigger than big.
Ready, host. Ready, host.
This program was made possible by the Corporation for Public Broadcasting and by contributions to your PBS station from viewers like you. Thank you.
Good morning, and welcome to PBS News Live special coverage of the inauguration of Donald Trump as the 47th President of the United States. I'm Jeff Bennett.
And I'm Amna Nawaz. It is a frigid morning in Washington, D.C. as Donald Trump is set to make history, returning to the White House after 4 years out of office. He'll be just the second person to hold non-consecutive terms as president after Grover Cleveland in the late 1800s.
And today's ceremony will look very different than Mr. Trump's first inauguration 8 years ago. The cold weather forecast set off a scramble on Friday afternoon as the president-elect announced the oath of office, inaugural address, and even the parade will all be held indoors. Instead of crowds in the National Mall, you'll see Mr. Trump, his family, past presidents, and members of Congress, and other invited guests packed inside the Capitol Rotunda. You see a live picture of that right there. Thousands of others will be watching from an arena about a mile away, and many more of the 250,000 tickets that were distributed are now just commemorative.
Not since President Ronald Reagan's second inauguration 40 years ago have we seen a president take the oath underneath the Capitol dome. It was just 7 degrees that day, and while today isn't quite that cold, winds are also a factor, making it feel around 15 degrees here. Our congressional correspondent Lisa Desjardins is up on Capitol Hill. Lisa, tell us a little bit about the atmosphere now that this entire ceremony has moved indoors.
As you all said, it is a cold day here in Washington, but it's a beautiful day, bright and sunny outside. I can see the blue sky through the windows here, and the atmosphere is beyond upbeat. Most of the people here in the Capitol today are Republicans. They are here to celebrate President-elect, soon-to-be President Trump's inauguration. There are a few Democrats here as well, but it is a strange atmosphere because so many of the people who intended to be here could not be here because it is a much smaller footprint. I'll put it to you this way. On the top floors of the Capitol building, it's almost silent. The bottom floors, a beehive of activity as people get ready for that inaugural ceremony in the rotunda. People will be packed in there. The orchestra that you'll hear has barely room to move their bows. I saw them practicing yesterday. But all in all, a very upbeat atmosphere here at the Capitol right now.
And give us a sense of the security preparations there too, Lisa.
Yeah, this is by far, I think, after 2021, the most secure inauguration we've ever seen. There are some 30 miles of perimeter fencing, many roads closed here in the Washington, D.C. area, including some major routes for traffic. This is a corridor, of course, for the entire eastern coast, but travelers in the Washington, D.C. area know they could be rerouted here. The fence itself is 8 feet or more high, and that is intentional to make sure that it cannot be climbed, cannot be pushed down. This is directly a response to January 6th and the fact that those low barriers there were easily pushed aside by the rioters and insurrectionists that day. But I will point out something else. Being here for the 2021 inauguration, which was just days after January 6th, as you all remember, I remember members of Congress, Democrats, wearing bulletproof vests to that inauguration. I didn't sense that same level of fear or concern from this one. Of course, that does have to do what you perceive the threat to be, and at that point it was Trump supporters on January 6th. But there is more of a feeling of security, and there is more security for this inauguration.
All right, our Lisa Desjardins up on Capitol Hill for us today. Lisa, we'll check back in with you in just a few. Meanwhile, to accommodate some of those who'd been hoping to watch the inauguration on the Mall, the inaugural committee arranged to use Capital One Arena here in D.C. That's home to the Washington Capitals, the Washington Wizards, and the Georgetown Hoyas, as well as concerts and other live events, but none like today's.
It can seat around 20,000 people. That's a fraction of the crowd that had been expected on the Washington Mall. Our Stephanie Tsai is inside the arena where there is a watch party for the inaugural ceremony and where later the president-elect will attend the inauguration parade. Stephanie, what's the mood where you are? What are people telling you?
Well, Jeff and Amna, we were speaking to folks that arrived here early this morning, and these are the lucky ones. They waited in line for hours, some of them as early as 10 p.m. last night in those frigid temperatures to get in here. So despite the fact that the inauguration was moved, they are just grateful to be here, but they are fatigued and tired. They are also very determined. This feels a lot like you would expect any Trump rally. Of course, he had a rally here yesterday, the home of the Capitol, and the Wizards, as you can see, festooned in red, a color that has become synonymous with MAGA, and certainly that appears to be the core of the crowd here. Lots of red Make America Great hats, lots of people wearing their American flag garb. You know, really, since I arrived in D.C. yesterday, I could feel the intensity of Trump's fan base here. They come from all over the country. Some of them have driven for up to 12 hours, one from as far as California. You know, when I was in the hotel room yesterday, there was a group of people that all had T-shirts saying, "I love felons," and they had Trump's face on their T-shirts. There was a pickup truck when I arrived at the airport that had detailed Trump's face with a crown, and it was called the Trumpcinerator, this pickup truck. So just everywhere you look in the Capitol today, again, you feel that fervor, almost religious fervor of the Trump fans.
And Stephanie, Lisa was talking about the security posture around Capitol Hill. Tell us a little bit about what you're seeing there.
Well, you know, by the time you even get to the arena, you've been through what feels like 3 security perimeters. So it feels very secure in here. Of course, they're magnetometers, and everyone that came in here was thoroughly searched. So it feels like a very secure, hardened space here.
Stephanie Tsai at Capital One Arena. Meantime, there have been a couple of early morning events at and near the White House, which our Laura Barone-Lopez has been watching. Laura, bring our viewers up to speed on what's transpired before we came on the air this morning.
Morning, Jeff. Yeah, so earlier this morning, President-elect Donald Trump arrived for tea with the Bidens after he went to service
and funerals, and we have had 2 of those in close proximity here in Washington in recent weeks.
It is reassuring, frankly, is it, for those of us who spend so much time covering the division here in Washington and the rancor, to see these people sit next to each other, to chat with them, to do what George W. Bush did at the Carter funeral and literally tap Barack Obama on the belly as he walked by.
Former Vice President Mike Pence coming in. Clearly he was vice president in Trump's first administration. Now joining the dignitaries who are in the U.S. Capitol Rotunda.
To see a lot of Elon Musk today. He will be speaking at the parade of sorts inside Capitol One Arena later today. Has been almost a constant by the president-elect's side since the last time you and I were in this room in November for the election.
And up until then, he had stumped so heavily for Trump on the campaign trail, particularly in Pennsylvania, which was one of those major areas of focus. But yes, was part of the events at Capitol One Arena last night with his son X, who actually joined him on stage with Donald Trump and didn't make his own remarks, but certainly was part of his father's remarks. But now we see Musk there again in the Capitol Rotunda and will be the incoming head of the Department of Government Efficiency, not an official government agency, but intended to cut costs throughout the government, something that Donald Trump has asked Elon Musk to be in charge of. So we will see what that agency or what that department accomplishes.
A new agency to cut back on the other agencies. With Vivek Ramaswamy, who we saw earlier, he's there somewhere. There's nowhere really to hide in the rotunda.
No, we'll see him. We'll see him pop back up. Not a lot of space.
It looks a lot bigger when you're in there and there aren't 600 people.
It does. There's Robert F. Kennedy Jr., again appointed by Trump to head the Department of Health and Human Services, yet to have a hearing on Capitol Hill, although that is anticipated to be among some of the more contentious confirmation hearings that could be happening for this administration.
Now, the other side of that shot, Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State designate, who did testify last week, and another tech titan, Jeff Bezos. We talked earlier about what's in the Constitution about the inauguration. There's nothing about a parade, there's nothing about balls, there's nothing about how you get to and from the Capitol. It's the date and it's the oath. That's it. Everything else has kind of evolved organically. In this case, evolved due to the weather. But all it prescribes is that by noon, that oath has to be taken. We are just over an hour away from that and should be approximately 55 minutes, let's say, from Donald Trump reciting those 35 words for a second time.
Former President Bill Clinton and former First Lady and Secretary of State Hillary Clinton coming into the rotunda.
Hillary Clinton said watching Donald Trump take the oath 8 years ago after he beat her in that election was one of the hardest days of her life, but she felt a duty to be there and again to be here today with her husband, the former president.
Former President George W. Bush and First Lady Laura Bush.
we lamented that the indoors are going to rob us of one of the great visuals from inaugurations past. George W. Bush sitting there in his
clear poncho.
Yeah, almost looked to be a homemade rain cover of sorts.
Yeah, with this being inside, we really don't get to see that winter weather gear, unfortunately. There's former President Barack Obama also coming in. Without former First Lady Michelle Obama, who notably said that she would not be attending this inauguration, also did not attend Jimmy Carter's funeral here in Washington a few weeks ago.
Obama's office did not say why the former First Lady would not be here today. They did say she had a prior engagement during the Carter funeral, but again, pointedly did not offer a reason for her absence today.
We're still taking a look inside the Capitol Rotunda there on the left-hand side, but on the right, that is again the Capital One Arena, where Donald Trump, after he is inaugurated, will be making his way. In what would be the inaugural parade is now subbed in for an indoor event there at Capital One Arena here in Washington. People have been gathering there for hours, and they will be still waiting for some hours before the new president arrives. But these are a lot of his strong supporters, and assuredly they will still be there by the time he shows up.
And as they watched the images from the rotunda on the big screen inside the arena, some boos as Mike Pence walked in, and then a lot more boos as Bill and Hillary Clinton were shown on there.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please take your seats.
Folks in the Capital One Arena are able to watch all of the ceremonies and events from the Capitol Rotunda on the Jumbotron screen there in the middle of the arena.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, please be seated.
Here we see Supreme Court justices making their way into the Capitol Rotunda. Clearly, two of them will play a direct part of the proceedings here of the official swearing in. Chief Justice John Roberts will be the one to administer the oath to the president, as is tradition. And then Associate Justice Brett Kavanaugh will administer the oath to incoming Vice President-elect J.D. Vance.
Interesting to note his wife's ties to both. You had Lucia Vance served as a clerk for Chief Justice Roberts. That is a coveted post in the legal community, and J.D. Vance was once a student in a law seminar taught at Yale by Justice Kavanaugh, and that explains the ties there and the reason that you just saw Brett Kavanaugh walking in ahead of Clarence Thomas, who is the senior member of the court, who always asks the first questions during oral arguments before the Chief Justice does. It is always Justice Thomas. And that was a little bit striking to see Justice Kavanaugh, who came to the bench years after Justice Thomas, walking in front of him.
Here you see members of Donald Trump's family making their way into the rotunda.
Joked about Barron Trump earlier, but that shot of him with the slicked back hair a little bit there is very much looks like a late 70s, early 80s Donald Trump.
Ladies and gentlemen, former Vice Presidents, the Honorable Dan Quayle, accompanied by Mrs. Marilyn Quayle, and the Honorable Michael Pence.
Standing ovation for those former Republican vice presidents who have just entered, Dan Quayle and now Mike Pence, who was Donald Trump's first vice president in his first term in office.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 42nd President of the United States, the Honorable William J. Clinton, accompanied by the Honorable Hillary Rodham Clinton.
Now the former presidents start to make their entrances into the rotunda. First, former President Bill Clinton and former First Lady and Secretary of State Hillary Clinton.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 43rd President of the United States, the Honorable George W. Bush, accompanied by Mrs. Laura Bush.
Former President George W. Bush and former First Lady Laura Bush.
George W. Bush always looks like he has fun at these events, winking and nodding at people and smiling again, just simply tapping Barack Obama on the stomach on his way into the National Cathedral for the Carter funeral.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 44th President of the United States, the Honorable Barack H. Obama.
Former President Barack Obama, clearly the most recent president to precede either a Biden or Trump administration, because clearly now we will have the second of the Trump administrations. But before his first one, former President Obama was in office.
I can't believe we haven't mentioned Grover Cleveland yet. How is that? How is that possible? Let me just get that part out of the way. Donald Trump will be the first president to serve non-consecutive terms since Grover Cleveland, late in the 19th century.
There you go.
Sorry, that was I couldn't let that go. That had to be mentioned here at some point.
The Honorable John G. Roberts Jr. and the Associate Justices of the Supreme Court of the United States.
The Supreme Court justices officially coming into the rotunda. As we noted earlier, John Roberts, the Chief Justice, will administer the presidential oath, and he was immediately followed by Associate Justice Brett Kavanaugh, who will be swearing in J.D. Vance as Vice President.
And you note at the end of that line, retired Justice David Breyer,
right,
joining some of his former colleagues. Of course, Ketanji Brown Jackson and Amy Coney Barrett on the end, the two newest justices.
We see Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff, and next to him, First Lady Jill Biden, about to make their
Tiffany
entrance
Trump
into the rotunda.
and Barron Trump.
But first, Donald Trump's children.
Talk about those good seats that the tech titans have. I mean, they are all lined up immediately behind the president-elect's children. So, you know, something went into that seating chart. And we saw Jared Kushner earlier shaking hands with Tim Cook from Apple and Sundar Pichai of Google, right on down the row, Mark Zuckerberg.
Ladies and gentlemen, escorting Dr. Biden and Mr. Emhoff, the Republican staff director of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Ms. Emily Leviner, the Senate Secretary for the Minority, the Honorable Gary Myrick, the House of Representatives Chief Administrative Officer, the Honorable Catherine Spindor, and Mr. Bruce Fisher. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Jill Biden and Mr. Douglas Emhoff.
Now, First Lady Jill Biden and Second Gentleman Doug Emhoff officially making their entrance into the rotunda. Sagar, I was just looking ahead to the schedule of what we're going to see in terms of this swearing-in ceremony, and there is several moments of participation from Amy Klobuchar, the Democratic senator from Minnesota, and someone was asking me, why is she part of this inauguration? She was not a supporter of Donald Trump, but she is part of the committee that organized this entire inauguration. So it's an official role for her today, in addition to being a member of the U.S. Senate.
Someone whose world was upended on Friday after all that work on getting this event together outdoors ended. And here we are inside the Rotunda, but a spot where at least Amy Klobuchar is well familiar from her time in the Senate. Very interesting mix of Republican and Democrat lawmakers standing together. You have Michael McCall, the Republican from Texas, Debbie Wasserman Schultz, a Democrat from Florida, standing shoulder to shoulder, and another sign of just how tight it is in the Rotunda. See Melania Trump's father standing in front of Elon Musk and next to Barron Trump. Melania Trump's mother, of course, died while they were out of the White House, and her dad is back to watch her become First Lady for the second time. According to the schedule that they had put out, and things in Washington rarely, if ever, happen on schedule, except things like the inauguration, we should be seeing J.D. Vance take his oath as vice president in about 10 minutes from now. As Brett Kavanaugh awaits actually administering that oath.
We see the spouses, Lucia Vance, and then Melania Trump. about to be escorted into the rotunda.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing "O America," please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and America's tenor, Christopher D. Macchio.
True to thee, I will be. Oh, America, no weeping, let there be no wounded heart. I will keep you in my keeping till there'll be from your mountains grand and all through this land, you are beautiful to me. Oh, America, you're calling. Oh, I can hear you calling me. You are calling me to pay to thee.
the Honorable Jackie Barber, the Clerk of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Kevin F. McCumber, Mr. John Bessler, Mrs. Kelly Johnson, Mrs. Iris Weinshaw Schumer, and Mrs. Jennifer Scalise. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President of the United States and the Vice President of the United States, ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, and Senate Majority Secretary, the Honorable Robert Duncan. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Joseph R. Biden Jr., and Vice President of the United States, the Honorable Kamala Devi Harris. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President-elect, the Executive Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Mr. Michael Wagner, Senate Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, Jason Bell, and House Deputy Sergeant-at-Arms, Mr. Sean Keating. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President-elect of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance. The Vice President-elect of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President-elect, the Staff Director for the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, Elizabeth Farah, House Sergeant-at-Arms, the Honorable William P. McFarland, Senate Sergeant-at-Arms and Doorkeeper, the Honorable Jennifer A. Hemingway, Senate Majority Leader, the Honorable John Thune, and the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries, House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, Speaker of the House of Representatives, the Honorable Mike Johnson, Senate Democratic Leader, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Ranking Member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer, and Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar. Ladies and gentlemen, the President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump. The President-elect of the United States, the Honorable Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Please welcome the Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 60th presidential inauguration. Today, President-elect Trump and Vice President-elect Vance will take their oaths of office, and we will witness the peaceful transfer of power at the heart of our democracy. For the past year, I've chaired the inaugural ceremony committee, which includes the leadership of Congress from both parties. We thank the committee and Capitol staff and law enforcement who worked so hard over the last year, and especially the last 3 days. You've done a beautiful job, and you have shown grace under pressure. Our theme this year is our enduring democracy. The presence of so many presidents and vice presidents here today is truly a testament to that endurance. We welcome President Biden and Dr. Biden. We welcome Vice President Harris and Doug Emhoff, President Obama, President Clinton and Secretary Clinton, President Bush and Laura Bush, Vice President Pence, Vice President Quayle and Marilyn Quayle. The justices of the United States Supreme Court are with us, all 9 of them I counted, and of course the Trump and Vance families. This ceremony marks what will soon be 250 years of our democracy. It is the moment when leaders, elevated by the will of the people, promise to be faithful to our Constitution, to cherish and defend it. It is the moment when they become, as we all should be, the guardians of our country. Through war and peace, through adversity and prosperity, we hold this inauguration every 4 years, and today it falls on Martin Luther King Day. A further reminder that we must strive to uphold the values enshrined in our Constitution, the freedoms, the liberties, and, as is inscribed on the entrance of the United States Supreme Court, equal justice under law. But what makes this moment more than a passing ceremony is all who are watching it across the country, the people of this nation, the ordinary people doing extraordinary things. President Kennedy, who at one point worked as a senator in this building and would often walk through this very rotunda, once said, "In a democracy, every citizen, regardless of interest in politics, holds office. Every one of us is in a position of responsibility." With that responsibility of citizenship comes an obligation not to seek out malice, as President Lincoln once reminded us, but to view others with a generosity of spirit, despite our differences. With that responsibility of leadership comes an obligation to stand our ground when we must and find common ground when we can. With everything swirling around us, the hot mess of division, it is on all of us, to quote an incredible songwriter who just happened to be born in my state, to ensure that our nation's democracy is our shelter from the storm. There's a reason this ceremony takes place at the Capitol. In other countries, it might be in a presidential palace or a gilded executive office building. Here it is traditionally held at the Capitol, the People's House. It is a fitting reminder of the system of checks and balances that is the very foundation of our government, 3 equal branches of government. That is how, for nearly 250 years, our great American experiment, grounded in the rule of law, has endured. So, as we inaugurate a new president and vice president, let us remember that the power of those in this room comes from the people. The construction workers who build our country, the teachers and healthcare workers who nurture us, the troops defending our freedoms, and yes, the firefighters in Los Angeles putting themselves on the line for us. Our democracy's strength and grit must match theirs. May God bless our nation. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Endurance through the years is the ultimate test. To persevere through time is the truest measure of an idea, an institution, and a nation. Our founders wrote the Constitution so that America could withstand all the twists and turns of time. They wrote it to guide us and to preserve forever our right of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. But as much as the truths and principles enshrined in our Constitution remain the same, our democracy promises the American people the power to change, to chart their own destiny. That's the beauty. That is the importance of democracy. It allows the endurance, the permanence of a nation through change. It allows nations like our United States both to avoid the obstacles and to seize the opportunities God has placed before us, all while staying true to our founding principles. Today is our country's 60th inauguration ceremony. Like all the others before it, it is a celebration of our right to set our uniquely American course. The past several years have been trying at times for many, many Americans, and also for the nations of the free world that we humbly strive to lead. In November, Americans chose again to steer this nation towards greatness, the secure, safe, and prosperous future that our founders envisioned for all of us. And today, we celebrate not only their decision to do so, but also the simple right and wisdom of a free people to make their own choice so that their nation might endure. And now, allow me to welcome Archbishop Timothy Dolan and Reverend Franklin Graham, who will deliver our invocation. Please rise.
Be still and know that I am God, supreme among the nations, supreme on the earth. Let us pray. Remembering General George Washington on his knees at Valley Forge, recalling Abraham Lincoln at his second inaugural, with malice toward none, with charity for all, with firmness in the right as God gives us to see the right. Remembering General George Patton's instructions to his soldiers as they began the Battle of the Bulge 8 decades ago. Pray. Pray when fighting. Pray alone. Pray with others. Pray by night. Pray by day. Observing the birthday of the Reverend Martin Luther King, who warned, without God, our efforts turn to ashes. We, blessed citizens of this one nation under God, humbled by our claim that in God we trust, gather indeed this inauguration day to pray for our President Donald J. Trump, his family, his advisors, his cabinet, his aspirations, his vice president, for the Lord's blessings upon Joseph Biden, for our men and women in uniform, for each other whose hopes are stoked this new year, this inauguration day. We cannot err in relying upon that prayer from the Bible, upon which our president will soon place his hand in oath, as we make our own the supplications of King Solomon for wisdom as he began his governance. God of our fathers, in your wisdom you set man to govern your creatures, to govern in holiness and justice, to render justice with integrity. Give our leader wisdom, for he is your servant, aware of his own weakness and brevity of life. If wisdom which comes not from you be not with him, he shall be held in no esteem. Send wisdom from heavens that she may be with him, that he may know your designs. Please, God, bless America. Please, mend her every flaw. You are the God in whom we trust, who lives and reigns forever and ever. Amen.
Mr. President, the last 4 years There are times I'm sure you thought it was pretty dark. But look what God has done. We praise him and give him glory. Let us pray. Our Father and our God, thou hast said, blessed is the nation whose God is the Lord. As the prophet Daniel prayed, blessed be the name of God forever and ever. For wisdom and might are his. He changes the times and the seasons. He removes kings. He raises up kings. He gives wisdom to the wise and knowledge to those who have understanding. Our Father, today, as President Donald J. Trump takes the oath of office once again, we come to say thank you, O Lord our God. Father, when Donald Trump's enemies thought he was down and out, you and you alone saved his life and raised him up with strength and power by your mighty hand. We pray for President Trump that you'll watch over, protect, guide, direct him. Give him your wisdom from your throne on high. We ask that you would bless him and that our nation would be blessed through him. We also ask that you would bless and protect Melania as First Lady. We thank you for the beauty, the warmth, and grace that she shows not only to this nation, but to the whole world. We thank you for Vice President-elect J.D. Vance and his wife Usha and their young family. May he be a strength to President Trump, to stand beside him, to hold up his arms like Aaron held up the arms of Moses in the midst of battle. The prophet Samuel reminded the people, it was you that brought them up from the land of Egypt. And he said, now stand still, that I may reason with you before the Lord. So, Father, we take this moment to stand still, to remember the great things that you have done for this nation. Thank you for the protection, the bounty, the freedoms that we so enjoy. We remember to keep our eyes fixed on you, and may our hearts be inclined to your voice. We know that America can never be great again if we turn our backs on you. We ask for your help, and we pray all of this in the name of the King of Kings, the Lord of Lords, your Son, my Savior, and our Redeemer, Jesus Christ. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Associate Justice Kavanaugh to administer the Vice Presidential Oath of Office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
I, James David Vance, do solemnly swear.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
That I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
Against all enemies, foreign and domestic.
That I will bear true faith.
That I will bear true faith.
And allegiance to the same.
And allegiance to the same.
That I take this obligation freely.
That I take this obligation freely.
Without any mental reservation.
Without any mental reservation.
Or purpose of evasion.
Or purpose of evasion.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
And that I will well and faithfully discharge.
The duties of the office.
The duties of the office.
On which I am about to enter.
On which I am about to enter.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. Vice President.
Please welcome Chief Justice Roberts to administer the presidential oath of office.
Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
I, Donald John Trump, do solemnly swear.
That I will faithfully execute.
That I will faithfully execute.
The office of President of the United States.
The office of President of the United States.
And will, to the best of my ability.
And will, to the best of my ability.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
Preserve, protect, and defend.
The Constitution of the United States.
The Constitution of the United States.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Congratulations, Mr. President.
is my honor and pleasure to introduce to you the 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump.
Thank you very much, everybody. Well, thank you very, very much. Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator Thune, Chief Justice Roberts, Justices of the United States Supreme Court, President Clinton, President Bush, President Obama, President Biden, Vice President Harris, and my fellow citizens. The golden age of America begins right now. From this day forward, our country will flourish and be respected again all over the world. We will be the envy of every nation, and we will not allow ourselves to be taken advantage of any longer. During every single day of the Trump administration, I will very simply put America first. Our sovereignty will be reclaimed. Our safety will be restored. The scales of justice will be rebalanced. The vicious, violent, and unfair weaponization of the Justice Department and our government will end. And our top priority will be to create a nation that is proud, prosperous, and free. America will soon be greater, stronger, and far more exceptional than ever before. I return to the presidency confident and optimistic that we are at the start of a thrilling new era of national success. A tide of change is sweeping the country, sunlight is pouring over the entire world, and America has the chance to seize this opportunity like never before. But first, we must be honest about the challenges we face. While they are plentiful, they will be annihilated by this great momentum that the world is now witnessing in the United States of America. As we gather today, our government confronts a crisis of trust. For many years, a radical and corrupt establishment has extracted power and wealth from our citizens while the pillars of our society lay broken and seemingly in complete disrepair. We now have a government that cannot manage even a simple crisis at home, while at the same time stumbling into a continuing catalog of catastrophic events abroad. It fails to protect our magnificent, law-abiding American citizens, but provides sanctuary and protection for dangerous criminals, many from prisons and mental institutions that have illegally entered our country from all over the world. We have a government that has given unlimited funding to the defense of foreign borders, but refuses to defend American borders or, more importantly, its own people. Our country can no longer deliver basic services in times of emergency, as recently shown by the wonderful people of North Carolina, been treated so badly. And other states who are still suffering from a hurricane that took place many months ago. Or more recently, Los Angeles, where we're watching fires still tragically burn from weeks ago without even a token of defense. They're raging through the houses and communities, even affecting some of the wealthiest and most powerful individuals in our country, some of whom are sitting here right now. They don't have a home any longer. That's interesting. But we can't let this happen. Everyone is unable to do anything about it. That's going to change. We have a public health system that does not deliver in times of disaster, yet more money is spent on it than any country anywhere in the world. And we have an education system that teaches our children to be ashamed of themselves in many cases, to hate our country despite the love that we try so desperately to provide to them. All of this will change starting today, and it will change very quickly. My recent election is a mandate to completely and totally reverse a horrible betrayal and all of these many betrayals that have taken place, and to give the people back their faith, their wealth, their democracy, and indeed their freedom. From this moment on, America's decline is over. Our liberties and our nation's glorious destiny will no longer be denied, and we will immediately restore the integrity, competency, and loyalty of America's government. Over the past 8 years, I have been tested and challenged more than any president in our 250-year history, and I've learned a lot along the way. The journey to reclaim our republic has not been an easy one, that I can tell you. Those who wish to stop our cause have tried to take my freedom and indeed to take my life. Just a few months ago in a beautiful Pennsylvania field, an assassin's bullet ripped through my ear. But I felt then, and believe even more so now, that my life was saved for a reason. I was saved by God to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. That is why each day under our administration of American patriots, we will be working to meet every crisis with dignity and power and strength. We will move with purpose and speed to bring back hope, prosperity, safety, and peace for citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. For American citizens, January 20th, 2025 is Liberation Day. It is my hope that our recent presidential election will be remembered as the greatest and most consequential election in the history of our country. As our victory showed, the entire nation is rapidly unifying behind our agenda with dramatic increases in support from virtually every element of our society, young and old, men and women, African Americans, Hispanic Americans, Asian Americans, urban, suburban, rural. And very importantly, we had a powerful win in all 7 swing states. And the popular vote, we won by millions of people. To the Black and Hispanic communities, I want to thank you for the tremendous outpouring of love and trust that you have shown me with your vote. We set records, and I will not forget it. I've heard your voices in the campaign, and I look forward to working with you in the years to come. Today is Martin Luther King Day, and his honor, this will be a great honor, but in his honor we will strive together to make his dream a reality. We will make his dream come true. Thank you. Thank you. National unity is now returning to America, and confidence and pride is soaring like never before. In everything we do, my administration will be inspired by a strong pursuit of excellence and unrelenting success. We will not forget our country. We will not forget our Constitution, and we will not forget our God. Can't do that. Today, I will sign a series of historic executive orders. With these actions, we will begin the complete restoration of America and the revolution of common sense. It's all about common sense. First, I will declare a national emergency at our southern border. All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. We will reinstate my Remain in Mexico policy. I will end the practice of catch and release. And I will send troops to the southern border to repel the disastrous invasion of our country. Under the orders I signed today, we will also be designating the cartels as foreign terrorist organizations. And by invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798, I will direct our government to use the full and immense power of federal and state law enforcement to eliminate the presence of all foreign gangs and criminal networks, bringing devastating crime to U.S. soil, including our cities and inner cities. As Commander-in-Chief, I have no higher responsibility than to defend our country from threats and invasions, and that is exactly what I am going to do. We will do it at a level that nobody's ever seen before. Next, I will direct all members of my cabinet to marshal the vast powers at their disposal to defeat what was record inflation and rapidly bring down costs and prices. The inflation crisis was caused by massive overspending and escalating energy prices, and that is why today I will also declare a national energy emergency. We will drill, baby, drill. America will be a manufacturing nation once again, and we have something that no other manufacturing nation will ever have, the largest amount of oil and gas of any country on earth, and we are going to use it. We're going to use it. We will bring prices down, fill our strategic reserves up again, right to the top, and export American energy all over the world. We will be a rich nation again, and it is that liquid gold under our feet that will help to do it. With my actions today, we will end the Green New Deal and we will revoke the electric vehicle mandate, saving our auto industry and keeping my sacred pledge to our great American auto workers. In other words, you'll be able to buy the car of your choice. We will build automobiles in America again at a rate that nobody could have dreamt possible just a few years ago. And thank you to the auto workers of our nation for your inspiring vote of confidence. We did tremendously with their vote. I will immediately begin the overhaul of our trade system to protect American workers and families. Instead of taxing our citizens to enrich other countries, we will tariff and tax foreign countries to enrich our citizens. For this purpose, we are establishing the External Revenue Service to collect all tariffs, duties, and revenues. It will be massive amounts of money pouring into our treasury, coming from foreign sources. The American dream will soon be back and thriving like never before to restore competence and effectiveness to our federal government. My administration will establish the brand new Department of Government Efficiency. After years and years of illegal and unconstitutional federal efforts to restrict free expression, I will also sign an executive order to immediately stop all government censorship and bring back free speech to America. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents, something I know something about. We will not allow that to happen. It will not happen again. Under my leadership, we will restore fair, equal, and impartial justice under the constitutional rule of law. And we are going to bring law and order back to our cities. This week, I will also end the government policy of trying to socially engineer race and gender into every aspect of public and private life. We will forge a society that is colorblind and merit-based. As of today, it will henceforth be the official policy of the United States government that there are only two genders, male and female. This week, I will reinstate any service members who were unjustly expelled from our military for objecting to the COVID vaccine mandate with full back pay. And I will sign an order to stop our warriors from being subjected to radical political theories and social experiments while on duty. It's going to end immediately. Our armed forces will be freed to focus on their sole mission, defeating America's enemies. Like in 2017, we will again build the strongest military the world has ever seen. We will measure our success not only by the battles we win, but also by the wars that we end, and perhaps most importantly, the wars we never get into. My proudest legacy will be that of a peacemaker and unifier. That's what I want to be, a peacemaker and a unifier. I'm pleased to say that as of yesterday, one day before I assumed office, the hostages in the Middle East are coming back home to their families. Thank you. America will reclaim its rightful place as the greatest, most powerful, most respected nation on earth, inspiring the awe and admiration of the entire world. A short time from now, we are going to be changing the name of the Gulf of Mexico to the Gulf of America, and we will restore the name of a great president, William McKinley, to Mount McKinley, where it should be and where it belongs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman and gave Teddy Roosevelt the money for many of the great things he did, including the Panama Canal, which has foolishly been given to the country of Panama after the United States. The United States, I mean, think of this, spent more money than ever spent on a project before and lost 38,000 lives in the building of the Panama Canal. We have been treated very badly from this foolish gift that should have never been made, and Panama's promise to us has been broken. The purpose of our deal and the spirit of our treaty has been totally violated. American ships are being severely overcharged and not treated fairly in any way, shape, or form, and that includes the United States Navy. And above all, China is operating the Panama Canal, and we didn't give it to China, we gave it to Panama, and we're taking it back. Above all, my message to Americans today is that it is time for us to once again act with courage, vigor, and the vitality of history's greatest civilization. So as we liberate our nation, we will lead it to new heights of victory and success. We will not be deterred. Together we will end the chronic disease epidemic and keep our children safe, healthy, and disease-free. The United States will once again consider itself a growing nation, one that increases our wealth, expands our territory, builds our cities, raises our expectations, and carries our flag into new and beautiful horizons. and we will pursue our manifest destiny into the stars, launching American astronauts to plant the stars and stripes on the planet Mars. Ambition is the lifeblood of a great nation, and right now our nation is more ambitious than any other. There's no nation like our nation. Americans are explorers, builders, innovators, entrepreneurs, and pioneers. The spirit of the frontier is written into our hearts. The call of the next great adventure resounds from within our souls. Our American ancestors turned a small group of colonies on the edge of a vast continent into a mighty republic of the most extraordinary citizens on earth. No one comes close. Americans pushed thousands of miles through a rugged land of untamed wilderness. They crossed deserts, scaled mountains, braved untold dangers, won the Wild West, ended slavery, rescued millions from tyranny, lifted billions from poverty, harnessed electricity, split the atom, launched mankind into the heavens, and put the universe of human knowledge into the palm of the human hand. If we work together, there is nothing we cannot do and no dream we cannot achieve. Many people thought it was impossible for me to stage such a historic political comeback. But as you see today, here I am. The American people have spoken. I stand before you now as proof that you should never believe that something is impossible to do. In America, the impossible is what we do best. From New York to Los Angeles, from Philadelphia to Phoenix, from Chicago to Miami, from Houston to right here in Washington, D.C., our country was forged and built by the generations of patriots who gave everything they had for our rights and for our freedom. They were farmers and soldiers, cowboys and factory workers, steel workers and coal miners, police officers and pioneers who pushed onward, marched forward, and let no obstacle defeat their spirit or their pride. Together they laid down the railroads, raised up the skyscrapers, built great highways, won 2 world wars, defeated fascism and communism, and triumphed over every single challenge that they faced. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America promise, and we will rebuild the nation that we love, and we love it so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. So to every parent who dreams for their child, and every child who dreams for their future, I am with you, I will fight for you, and I will win for you. We are going to win like never before. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. In recent years, our nation has suffered greatly, but we are going to bring it back and make it great again, greater than ever before. We will be a nation like no other, full of compassion, courage, and exceptionalism. Our power will stop all wars and bring a new spirit of unity to a world that has been angry, violent, and totally unpredictable. America will be respected again and admired again. including by people of religion, faith, and goodwill. We will be prosperous. We will be proud. We will be strong, and we will win like never before. We will not be conquered. We will not be intimidated. We will not be broken, and we will not fail. From this day on, the United States of America will be a free, sovereign, and independent nation. We will stand bravely. We will live proudly. We will dream boldly, and nothing will stand in our way because we are Americans. The future is ours, and our golden age has just begun. Thank you. God bless America. Thank you all. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, performing America the Beautiful, please welcome the Armed Forces Chorus and Carrie Underwood.
Are you having any fun? What you getting out of living? Who cares for what you've got if you're not having any fun? Have a little fun.
Ladies and gentlemen, Dave Chappelle.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Turn this up. I can't hear.
We're standing by to await the music. I believe Carrie Underwood will perform America the Beautiful in just a moment. Until then, Judy, I apologize if we need to cut you off, but your reaction to what we just heard from President Trump.
Well, it was, as you said, Amna, it was a reprise of much of what we heard during his campaign, and frankly, a reprise in many respects of what he said 8 years ago when he talked about, he didn't use the term carnage, which he did, but he did describe a dark time in America where American citizens have been failed by their government, where the borders have been overrun, crime, pretty much the darkest picture you can imagine. But he said all that is going to change. It's going to be drill, baby, drill. The golden age has begun.
Beautiful for spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed his grace on thee and crown thy good with brotherhood from sea to shining sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, Senator Fisher will now introduce the benediction clergy.
I now call on Rabbi Ari Berman, Pastor Lorenzo Sewell, and Reverend Frank Mund to provide prayers of benediction.
Let us pray. Almighty God, your prophet Jeremiah walked the streets of Jerusalem and blessed its inhabitants with the Hebrew words, Baruch HaGever Asher Yiftach BaHashem. Blessed is the one who trusts in God. Thousands of years later, this great nation, which adopted these words as its motto, "In God we trust," stands at a moment of historic opportunity. Americans are searching for meaning. Our merciful Father, help us rise to meet this moment. Bless President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance with the strength and courage to choose the right and the good. Unite us around our foundational biblical values of life and liberty, of service and sacrifice, and especially of faith and morality, which George Washington called the indispensable supports of American prosperity. Guide our schools and college campuses, which have been experiencing such unrest, to inspire the next generation, to pair progress with purpose, knowledge with wisdom, and truth with virtue. Hear the cry of the hostages, both American and Israeli, whose pain our president so acutely feels. We are so thankful for the 3 young women who yesterday returned home, and pray that the next 4 years brings peace to Israel and throughout the Middle East. Almighty God, grant all Americans the opportunity to realize our shared dream of a life filled with peace and plenty, health and happiness, compassion and contribution. Stir within us the confidence to rise to this moment. For while we trust in God, God's trust is in us, the American people. America is called to greatness, to be a beacon of light and a mover of history. May our nation merit the fulfillment of Jeremiah's blessing, that like a tree planted by water, we shall not cease to bear fruit. May all of humanity experience your love and your blessing. May it be thy will, and let us say, Amen.
Let us pray for our 47th president. Heavenly Father, we're so grateful that you gave our 45th and now our 47th president a millimeter miracle. We are grateful that you are the one that have called him for such a time as this, that America would begin to dream again. We pray that we would fulfill the true meaning of our creed, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal. We pray that you use our president, that we will live in a nation where we will not be judged by the color of our skin, but by the content of our character. Heavenly Father, in the name of Jesus, we are so grateful today that you will use our 47th president so we would sing with new meaning, my country, 'tis of thee. Sweet land of liberty, of thee I sing. Land where my fathers died, land of the pilgrim's pride, from every mountainside. Let freedom ring, and because America is called to be a great nation, we believe that you will make this come true. So let freedom ring from the prodigious hilltops of New Hampshire. Let freedom ring from the mighty mountains of New York. Let freedom ring from the heightening Alleghenies of Pennsylvania. Let freedom ring from the snow-capped Rockies of Colorado. Let freedom ring from the curvaceous hilltops of California. But God, we're asking you not only that, let freedom ring from Stone Mountain, Georgia. Let freedom ring from Lookout Mountain of Tennessee. Let freedom ring from every hill and every molehill in Mississippi, from every state, every city, every village, and every hamlet. And when we let freedom ring, we will be able to speed up that day where all of your children, black men and white men, Protestant and Catholic, Jew and Gentile, will be able to sing in the meaning of that old Negro spiritual, free at last, free at last. Thank you, God Almighty. We are free at last. If you believe where the Spirit of the Lord is, there is liberty. Come on, put your hands together and give your great God great glory.
Almighty and eternal God, we gather here today in reverence, joined in our shared hopes and dreams for our beloved nation. In this sacred moment of the inauguration of President Donald J. Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance, we turn our hearts to you, seeking your divine assistance and abundant blessings upon this pivotal moment in history. We come before you with profound gratitude for the many gifts you have bestowed upon our land. Thank you for the freedoms we cherish, for the strength of our communities, and for the resilience of our spirit. As our President and Vice President embrace their newly appointed roles, we humbly implore that your everlasting love and wisdom will envelop them. Grant them the clarity of mind to navigate the challenges that lie ahead, and the compassion to serve all citizens with fairness and integrity. May their hearts be filled with a giving spirit and sincere understanding for those whom they represent. May they be beacons of hope in times of uncertainty and prophetic voices in defending the dignity of all created life. We pray for a spirit of collaboration to flourish in our government and across our nation, fostering an environment where dialogue and heartfelt listening will prevail over division or discord. May each decision made by our President and Vice President reflect the values of justice and peace. As we embark on this new chapter, we also seek your comfort, O God, for those who feel lost or disheartened. In this time of transition, may your light shine upon them, reaffirming their belief in a brighter tomorrow. May we all strive to lift one another, supporting our fellow citizens with kindness and empathy, recognizing that together we can overcome any adversity. Grant us the strength to endure, the courage to face our fears, and the clarity to see the light that remains, even when clouds of uncertainty may gather. Inspire our new leaders to be champions for the vulnerable and advocates for those whose voices are often silenced. May they pursue policies that promote the well-being of all, seeking to build bridges that will foster unity and belonging. As we stand witness to this inauguration, we hold fast to our faith in the goodness of each of us and the possibility of change. We trust that with your guidance, O God, our nation can move forward to a future filled with promise, prosperity, and understanding. And finally, we lift our hearts in gratitude for the beloved parents of President Trump. Without Mary and Fred Trump, this day would never be the miracle that has just begun. From their place in heaven, may they shield their son from all harm by their loving protection, and give him the strength to guide our nation along the path that will make America great again. Let us go forth now with these words of President Trump's emblazoned on our hearts. As long as we have pride in our beliefs, courage in our convictions, and faith in our God, then we will not fail. We stand tall, we stand proud, because we are Americans, and Americans kneel to God, and to God alone. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for our national anthem.
Can you say, by the dawn's early light, what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose blood stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets in glee, the bombs bursting in earth, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, sailors at Star-Spangled
Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain at your seats while the President and official party depart the platform.
So you're watching pictures there on the left hand of your screen as members of Congress and other participants in the swearing-in ceremony leave the Capitol Rotunda. They're filing out. As those proceedings are now over, on the right side of your screen, we are watching a door elsewhere in the Capitol where we expect that we will see President Donald Trump and First Lady Melania Trump and former President Joe Biden and former First Lady Jill Biden walking out. This is another one of those set pieces that occur on inauguration days where an outgoing president is bade farewell from the current president. So earlier, remember, we were looking and seeing those pictures of the helicopter there on the Capitol grounds that is waiting to take the Bidens from this part of their journey onward to Joint Base Andrews and then California. We are watching and waiting for them to come out and get started on that process. And as we do, Sagar, let's talk a little bit about Biden's last official acts as president. In the minutes, basically, before Donald Trump was sworn in and took the oath, what did we see coming out of the Biden administration?
Yeah, we had mentioned earlier this morning that he had issued some high-profile, preemptive pardons to Dr. Anthony Fauci, to General Mark Milley, to members of the January 6th committee. Literally in the waning moments before Donald Trump took the oath, he extended preemptive pardons to his two spouses, to Valerie Biden and to Robert Biden, and their spouses, to basically protect them from threats from Trump. The president, in a written statement, said that his family had been subjected to unrelenting attacks and threats, and that he had no reason to believe the attacks would end. So he has extended pardons to family members, also to Native American activist Leonard Peltier, who has been serving a prison sentence for killing 2 FBI agents back in the 70s. So a flurry of last-minute executive action like that from President Biden in the very minutes before he became former President Biden.
And it's interesting to think, just a bit of context, back when Joe Biden issued the pardon for his son, for Hunter, and there was a lot of commentary about how this is coming so late in a presidency. Clearly, he was trying to kind of wait as long as possible so there wouldn't be any blowback or opportunity for people to be critical of the administration. That was nothing in terms of last minute compared to what we just saw today from what you were just running through. Right,
and an AP Newark Center for Public Affairs research poll at the time found that the Hunter Biden pardon was very unpopular, not something people were really pleased that the president was doing, essentially using the power of his office to make sure that his surviving son was immune from prosecution. Like you said, that now almost seems like it was months and months and months ago, like a lot of things here in Washington do, but to take care of, essentially, of his brother and sister and their spouses minutes before leaving the presidency is something else altogether.
Definitely. We are still watching now, waiting for Joe Biden and Jill Biden to exit the Capitol as they get into a waiting helicopter that will take them on to Joint Base Andrews and then California. We anticipate they will be going to Santa Ynez, which is an area that the Bidens most recently traveled to in August after his remarks at the Democratic National Convention in Chicago. The president and First Lady spent some time of reflection and relaxation and just kind of away from politics at that portion, at that area of California. Now we do see the people that we were just talking about exiting the Capitol. We have the president and First Lady, followed by the former president and former First Lady, Vice President Vance and his wife, as well as former Vice President Harris and her husband. So a moment of bipartisanship as the Trumps and Bidens take part in this next set piece of official Inauguration Day events here in Washington, the farewell to the outgoing president and First Lady.
And again, something we did not see 4 years ago. Right. Because the Trumps had already left for Florida before Joe Biden and Jill Biden even got to the Capitol. Right. This gets back to a much more familiar scene. It's been striking how much engagement now former President Biden has had with Melania Trump, with Donald Trump. He made it a point to speak to one of J.D. Vance's young children right after his father took the oath, had a big smile on his face and leaned down and spoke with the boy, shook hands with Carrie Underwood after she performed, very quickly shook hands with Donald Trump after he took the oath. He's had a pretty big smile on his face for a lot of what we've seen today. And I can't imagine the helicopter's rotors with the wind whipping up are going to feel very good coming up here. Having sat on the White House South Lawn way too many times when both of those men boarded Marine One, it's cold on a hot day. On a really cold day like this, not fun.
It is still only here in the mid-20s here in Washington. Let's just listen in as these farewells happen at the Capitol.
Let's go, Brandon! Not even going to say goodbye. Just get the hell on down the road. Yo. No, there's no way. There's no way. He's got a lot of shit. He's going to be here 4 minutes. Yeah, 2 hours out. Oh, yeah. He's over 4,000 I'm sure that he may or may not come this way.
The man who will lead us to this new golden age, the decisive winner of the Electoral College and the popular vote, the 45th and the 47th, and the greatest president of our lifetimes, Donald J. Trump.
Well, thank you all so much for being here. And was that a hell of a speech or what? That was, man. That was a good way to start it off. You know, I didn't know exactly what the president would put in that speech, and I hoped to myself that he wasn't going to hold back, and sir, you didn't hold back. That was a hell of a way to start the next 4 years. But I just want to say from the bottom of my heart, and I know I speak for the president and for all of us, thank you, thank you, thank you for making this possible. We love you. We wouldn't be here without you, and we're going to make America great again together for the next 4 years. And the last thing I'll say is, you know, having stood outside for about 5 minutes to wave goodbye to the Bidens, thank God we moved that thing indoors, because it was a beautiful ceremony and it was cold as hell outside. So, sir, the 45th and 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
No, he's right. I said, oh, look at this beautiful sunny day. We blew it. And then I went outside and we were freezing. You would have been very unhappy. The sun was very deceptive, I will tell you. It is cold out. And I'm sort of saying, you know, that was so beautiful today. Maybe they should do it there every 4 years. Does that make sense? I don't know. Because, you know, the outdoor thing is really good, but it gets a little cold around this time of the year, as some people have noticed. And a lot of times they suffer through it. There was no suffering in that room. It was 72 degrees. It was perfect with the best acoustics I think I've ever heard in a room. This is not so bad either. But I just want to say, you're a younger, far more beautiful audience that I just spoke to. And I want to keep it off the record. I want to keep that off the record. Because I don't want to have all those big shots up there. I don't want to think you're more powerful than them, you look better than them, and I love you. Now, we just had a great time. We just had a great day. This was amazing. You know, when you think we took a journey, I mentioned in the speech, a lot of people said that was not a journey that was possible, and it was indeed possible. I didn't really know too much about what they were saying when they said that, but a lot of people felt it, and we hooked up with J.D. very early. I watched J.D. over a period of time. I endorsed him in Ohio. He was a great senator, and very, very smart. The only one smarter than him was his wife. That was, I would have chosen her, but somehow the line of succession didn't work that way, right? But now she's great, and he's great. This is a great, beautiful couple, and unbelievable career. I just said to him, you are very upwardly mobile, because he hasn't been doing it that long, but he picked it up so quickly. Remember, the first week was a little bit like the fake news was hitting him really hard. And I said, ooh, this may be tough, but after that, it was smooth sailing for him. He took on everybody. He took on the meanest. I don't want to use the word corrupt because we're into a new system, so let's wait till the corruption begins, because it will. But he took on some pretty mean people, and he handled it well. I want to also congratulate Mike Johnson for the job that he's doing. Steve, we gave him a majority of almost nothing, and then I said to make it tougher on him, let me take 2 or 3 of the people, right? I said he'll only have to suffer with that for about 3 months. How are they doing, by the way? Are they? Is that moving along?
Totally unified.
I said, do you mind if I take this one, that one, and a couple of others? He didn't mind. He can handle it. No, he's a man that's liked by everybody. I've never met a man like this. You've got how many is it, 219 or 220 or something? 220. And of the 220, 219 really like him. I noticed he got 1 negative vote once about 2 weeks ago. But I think even 220 like him, if you want to know the truth. And that's very unusual. I know a lot of nice guys in Congress, and they have 35 people that hate him. So if you have 35 people that hate you and you only have 1 or 2 or 3 votes, you'll have 5, I think. But that's going to be like, you know, the good news is when we get to that 5 number, it's going to feel like a massive majority. You can be really nasty to a couple of them at least, you know? So it's going to feel like hitting your head on the wall and stopping. It feels so good to stop, but he's done a fantastic job. And Steve Scalise he's our hero because, you know, I was with him. You talk about being shot. I was with him. He got some bad ones, and his incredible wife, and she really loves him. You know, you never know about that. I've been with other people. They were doing poorly, and the wife is like looking at her watch. She can't get out of the hospital fast enough. How's he doing? Oh, I don't know. He's all right. That woman was a mess. She was crying and crying. No, they're going to take him. They're going to take him. I told Steve when he finally woke up, it was a while too. The doctor told me it was the most blood they've ever transfused in any patient. They've never done anything like it. And here he is, the picture of strength, right? And he's been a great friend of mine, right? With a family, because of a family. And what a job you did. It worked out pretty much better than we even thought, right? And I did have a couple of things, you know, to say that were extremely controversial. And between J.D. and Melania and anybody else that heard, please, sir, it's such a beautiful, unifying speech. Please, sir, don't say these things. I said, I'm telling you, it's going to play great. They say, you're right. For this group of people, it's going to play great. You're the only ones I hurt by not, oh, but we had some beauties, didn't we, Melania? She said, sir, calls me sir when she's angry. No, I'm only kidding. I better say I'm only kidding, or the press is going to pick that one up loud and clear. No, but she said, no, I think it would be terrible. It's such a nice speech. I think it's, you know, it all depends on your delivery. How was the delivery? Was it good? But she said it's such a beautiful speech. You can't put things in there that you were going to put in. And I was going to talk about the J6 hostages, but you'll be happy because, you know, it's action, not words that count. And you're going to see a lot of action on the J6 hostages. See a lot of action. And I was going to talk about the things that Joe did today with the pardons of people that were very, very guilty of very bad crimes, like the Unselect Committee of Political Thugs, where they literally, I mean, what they did is they destroyed and deleted all of the information, all of the hearings, practically not a thing left. They deleted all the information on Nancy Pelosi having turned down the offer of 10,000 soldiers. You wouldn't have needed 10,000, you could have had 500, and it would have stopped. Because we may have had 1 million people that day, the people that were there. You don't see any photographs, but we have a lot of great photos. But you don't see those photographs. They don't put them in. They show the people at the Capitol. But I was talking about that. I was going to talk about that. They said, please don't bring that up right now. You can bring it up tomorrow. I said, how about now in front of the I'll bring it up right now. You know, this little time delay is good because we're getting great reviews on the speech. Now watch. They'll take the speech and say, I didn't like it because he left there and he's talked to people. But we're giving you a little more information than we gave upstairs. But no, they pardoned a lot of people. They pardoned, before we even get to today, they pardoned, 33 murderers, absolute murderers, the worst murderers. You know, when you get the death sentence in the United States, you have to be bad, because they don't give it much. And he pardoned almost everybody having a death sentence. And if you went through the crimes that were committed, you wouldn't even believe them. The level of violence, the people that were killed, the innocence of people that were killed, and children killed by these people. And he pardoned them for whatever reason. He spared them, but they didn't spare the people that they killed. And you know, who knows what happens in the future. It's one of the worst because a lot of times they let them out early after that. You know, they say you're going to be in for life, but then all of a sudden they get let out for good behavior, and then they go on a rampage. You know, it's one of those little things, right? But I was going to talk about that. But I was really going to talk about the level of, you know, what's going on. Why are we doing this? Why are we trying to help a guy like Milley? Why are we doing Milley? He was pardoned. What he said, terrible what he said. Why are we helping some of the people? Why are we helping Liz Cheney? I mean, Liz Cheney is a disaster. She's a crying lunatic and crying crying Adam Kinzinger. He's a super crying. I never saw the guy not crying. He's always crying. I looked at him. I remember years ago he was actually on my side. And then one day, you know, when you don't want to kill people in wars, they turn against you. Liz Cheney hated the concept of not going to war with everybody. Let's kill everybody. Let's spend a lot of money on military equipment. You know where her father works, right? And but what she did was incredible. Think of it. They destroyed and deleted all of that information that went on for almost 2 years against Trump. And the reason they did, because it was all false. Like the person that said, I tried to strangle a Secret Service agent. That's one of the toughest human beings I think I've ever seen. I actually had a friend saying, please don't change that, sir. You are the coolest sucker in history. Remember, she said, I put my hands around his neck because he wouldn't go to the Capitol. Made up fiction. And I was rebuffed. And the guy on the right is a massive weightlifter, probably stronger than me. Do you think he's stronger than me, honey? You know who I'm talking about. Possibly stronger than me. Slightly younger than me, like, I won't say how many years because I don't want to talk about that, but a lot of years. But I had a friend that said, why are you disputing that story? That's the coolest story I've ever heard. That I would attack a karate champion, get slightly rebuffed, and then throw my arms around a guy with a neck about this big. Even though there are bars, you know, there are bars, you can't really do that anyway. So I wanted to talk about that. But all of that stuff got deleted. And the reason it got deleted is they were all caught in lies. You know, Secret Service testified, and they said it didn't happen. Actually, the two guys were very embarrassed. They're suffering because their friends are saying, did Trump really do that to you? But they gained a whole new respect for me. But it was just make-believe stuff, and there were a lot of make-believe stories made up. So rather than suffer the wrath, like the story with Nancy Pelosi, I offered her 10,000 soldiers. She knows it. She admitted it on tape that her daughter made. She's a videographer or whatever you call her, which I'm glad she is. Oh, she can't be in good stead with Nancy. But Nancy said it was my responsibility as she's leaving the Capitol. She said it was, and it was. She's in charge of security at the Capitol. But I offered them up to 10,000 soldiers, even more. One time I said more, as many as you need. But you needed 400 or 500. If 4 or 5, you 10,000, that would be more than the number of people there by lot. But we offered her 10,000. Think of it, 10,000 soldiers. In other words, J6 wouldn't be J6. There would have been no J6. But she rebuffed them. She didn't like it. No, she didn't like it. Maybe she wanted that to happen. But she's guilty as hell. And now we would have to go through the process because they destroyed all evidence. They deleted everything. There's virtually nothing left. The other fake story and so many other fake stories. And many people came out on our side. And those people now would got to find them. There's nothing left. So that's a criminal offense. If that were a civil case, it would be a criminal offense. If that happened civilly where you did that, it would be a criminal offense. So I decided I'm not going to make this speech complicated. I'm going to make it beautiful. I'm going to make it a unifying speech. And then when they said we have a group of people that are serious Trump fans, I said, this is the time to tell those stories. He knows. So anyway, but seriously, I'd like to, I think it was a tremendous success. I think we're very lucky we put it inside because it is really cold. We just went to the helicopter out of respect. It's something that's taken place for a long time. I guess it's as old as helicopters. You used to get into a stagecoach, now you get into a helicopter. Times change. But it's pretty old custom. And it's a beautiful custom, actually. It's a beautiful custom. I wish we could have had a better relationship. I wish we could have had a better relationship between Republicans and Democrats. I was with Senator Schumer. I said, Chuck, I think it's time we all start getting along a little bit because it doesn't make sense. I mean, we literally never get a Democrat vote. They never get a Republican vote, almost. And although there is a bill coming up very shortly that we have a lot of Democrat votes, right? That's going to be a very beautiful bill. We're going to have a deciding, I would say, within a week or so, I think. And it's going to be a very good bill. You all know what I'm talking about. So I just want to thank you all for being here. You have been our fans from day one, all these people all over. You've been our fans. This has been there's never been anything like it. There's never been anything like it. This has been a movement like no movement ever in history for probably any country, let alone this country. You know, if somebody's running for president, and if they go out and they announce they're going to Arizona, they're going to Nevada, they're going to someplace, if you have 200 or 300 people, that would be standard. Ronald Reagan would go out. I mean, outside of the last couple of days where people get a little excited, but even then you have a couple of thousand people. But if you're going to go someplace, any place, any one of the swing states, any one of the other states, I mean, how about the non-swing states? We won Alabama by 48 points. We won Tennessee by massive numbers. Wyoming, we won by numbers that are, nobody's ever seen numbers like that. And, you know, places like California, we did great, but when they send out like 38 million ballots, nobody knows where the hell they're sending them, and then they come pouring back, the whole thing. You know, they passed a law in California that if you work in an election bureau, and if you so much as ask for a voter ID, if you say, sir, ma'am, could I please look at your voter ID? They have the right to put you in jail. You're a criminal. Can you believe that? There's only one reason that happens. They want to cheat. So they had it where voter ID wasn't accepted. But now if you even ask for it, this is seriously a bill that was just signed, passed in their legislature, and it was signed. And I think when we get things cleaned up and we get back to a little bit of normalcy, I'm going to ask the Speaker to really get involved, because I think we would have won the state of California, because, you know, if you look at my numbers with Hispanic, we're at 56%. And we won the Texas border that had never been won, as the governor said. He's doing a good job, the governor, by the way, of Texas. But as the governor said, it hasn't, oh, did I get lucky? Did I get lucky? Supposing I said, you know, he's not here, but the governor of Texas has done a terrible job. Wow, look at you. You mean we couldn't get you up in the front row? I tell you. Supposing I said, J.D., the governor of Texas, he's not doing his job. You heard what I said. See, I didn't know you were there. I said he's doing a great job. He's doing a phenomenal job. But now you're going to have a partner that's going to work with you, because you didn't have, not only didn't he have a partner, he had people selling the wall, right? We have a fence structure that we worked on, the governor worked on with me. And I didn't love it, to be honest with you. I wanted a nice precast concrete, you know, 40, 50 feet high, like a beautiful, could have been a T-shape, Y-shape. I love construction. I wanted that sucker to go up maybe 50, 60 feet. It would have looked beautiful, a nice Y shape. And they said, the problem is, sir, they climbed that like a rabbit. I said, what do you mean? No way. And they brought some of these guys out. They climbed it like... And the other thing is you hit it with acid and the thing will disintegrate. You know, they have things for concrete. So they needed very hardened steel, very special steel. And then they needed 7,000-pound concrete inside that steel, inside that steel. And then they have a rebar that's the toughest steel made. Very hard to cut. So this is why very little is cut. I mean, it's right. And then they put a anti-climb panel on top. I hated it. I said, it's so unattractive. And I said, why would that work? I don't believe it works. And I went to watch. The Border Patrol gave a display. We had actually 2 sets of climbers. The guys that climb up walls with drugs on their back, I mean, they got like 60, 70 pounds of drug, and they go as fast as you can walk. They go bip, bip, bip. Or we have Mount Everest type climbers. And honestly, the drug guys were much better. I couldn't believe it. The drug guys blew them away, right? But it's true, the anti-climb panel, they couldn't get around it. They just couldn't. You didn't have it. So sometimes you sacrifice beauty for efficiency, and we did. So we built this wall, and we built over 500 miles of wall. That's why we had such good numbers. The famous chart that came down very thankfully. The chart that came down on my right, Governor, had I not looked over there, I'm not speaking right now. You might be speaking here. You want to know the truth? You, JD, you've got a lot of great people in this party, but I got very lucky, but we had the best numbers we've ever had. But I bought, you know what happens is when you fill it up, it's like water. You fill it up. Now we have 571 miles of wall. And they would always say, you know, when we renovated a wall, so there'd be like a piece of plywood sitting there for 60 years, or a 2x4 sitting for 60 years on the ground and rotting. Because, you know, and they'll say, you didn't build a new wall. Here we're building 50 feet up in the air, 30 feet sections, 50-foot sections, all steel, all concrete, all everything. And all, by the way, they don't even want me to say this, but what the hell, it doesn't take that long time. They're all wired for all of the equipment. We put wires in everything so they can easily wire for all the different types of equipment. And if there's a doubt, we have a wire. Whenever we just look, you just find the wires all over the place up top, so we can just hook it up. We don't have to have wires on the outside, which wouldn't do too well, right? So anyway, so we built an extra 200 miles of wall, and the governor wanted to buy it. He tried to buy it, and they wouldn't sell it to him. He wanted to put it up himself. Could have been done in 3 to 4 weeks, 200 more miles, because when you do it, now they just keep going further out, further out, further out, getting around. So we did an extra 200 miles, and it was all bought, and they announced that they're not going to put it up. And that's when I realized they wanted open borders, and that's when I realized that people are going to come pouring through the wall like nobody's ever seen before, but you've seen it. A lot of you are here because of that. I made it my #1 issue. They all said inflation was the #1 issue. I said I disagree. I think people coming into our country from prisons and from mental institutions is a bigger issue for the people that I know. And I made it my #1. I talked about inflation too, but you know, how many times can you say that an apple has doubled in cost? I'd say it, and I'd hit it hard, but then I go back to the fact that we don't want criminals coming into our country. We don't want the jails of every country in the world virtually being deposited into the United States, and that man had to suffer with it. And he did an unbelievable job. I'll tell you, he was a very popular governor, but now he's like an unbeatable governor because of your border policies. He was fantastic. And he really was. So. Governor Abbott is he's a great man, great leader. And but it did make him very more. Did you do it? You didn't do that for politics. You did it because you wanted to do the right thing. But I'll tell you, it sure as hell worked for politics too. It's self-preservation, that's right. But no, because the people are demanding it. The people of Texas are demanding it. The people are demanding it all over. So anyway, so we built it, and they wouldn't let us use it. They wouldn't let the governor use it. And other governors, they wouldn't let him use it. But he was the leader of the pack and did a great job. And then we heard about a month ago that not only wouldn't they let us use it, they were selling it. They were going to sell it for 5 cents on the dollar. Now, 5 cents on the dollar then, but today it would cost more than twice as much to build because we bought it like 6 years ago. And it was just sitting on the ground, and that does not do well for the whole thing. But it was just sitting on the ground, and I heard about it, and I called the governor, and I called a lot of people, your attorney general. And here's the story. They were going to buy it, and these are great business people. They were going to buy it for 5 cents on the dollar or less. And they were calling us up, we'll sell it to you for 200 cents on the dollar. In other words, it will cost you twice as much, so it's 200 cents on the dollar. I said, can somebody explain that to a judge? I mean, how corrupt is that? You'd think they'd say, maybe we'll sell it to you for 20 cents, 30 cents, but not 200 cents. So they were going to buy something for 5 cents, and they were going to sell it to us for a fortune. They were going to make it would be, they'd have it down that in Fortune magazine, they'd put it of the deal of the year, okay? You buy something like that. But it was so corrupt and so horrible. And when we told that to the administration, they didn't care. They just kept going forward. They couldn't care less. And they kept going forward. They knew that they were trying to sell it back to us. They would have sold it back to us. You would have ended up buying it. You would have paid probably 50, 60 cents, who knows. But they were going to use it for scrap metal, but then they made a much better deal. They could just buy it and sell it to us for 15, 20 times what they paid. 20 times, think of it, like 20 times what they paid. And we wouldn't let it happen. And the governor with his attorney general, Ken Paxton, they made a fantastic, they're a good lawyer. He's pushed around pretty good by people, right? I said, you got a great attorney general. They should leave him alone. He was with me. But Ken and the governor went to court, and a judge actually became incensed and actually called for an investigation. How could a thing like this happen? So he stopped it. So we're waiting to put that wall up. And now that you have a new president, that wall will go up so fast. The governor will complain, sir. This is Greg Abbott, sir. Please, the wall is going up too fast. Please don't do that. You know the story about winning. No, we're going to win too much. We're winning too much. Please, let's stop. People always love that one. We'll do this with the wall. Governor Abbott calls, sir, the wall is going up too fast. We can't take it. We just can't take it. No, I think you'll be very happy if the wall goes up too fast, right? But we'll get that done, and we'll work with you on that. But it was a great decision by a great Texas judge, right? And it was beautiful, beautiful to watch. We stopped them right in their track. I mean, they were literally loading the stuff onto trucks. It was terrible. Honestly, it was terrible. And he wouldn't take it. So I'm so glad I mentioned that they have a really good governor in Texas. And I swear, I didn't know he was here. I swear to you, it sounds like a setup. I didn't know you would end. Did I get lucky? I said the right thing. Because there have been moments when I wasn't so happy with him, you know? But not too many, I can tell you that. So anyway, it's good to see you too, Governor. Great. But I just want to thank everybody. You've been incredible. I recognize so many of you. It's so crazy. But this has been a long journey. This was a journey that started in 2015, probably started 20 years before that. People used to say, you're going to run for president? You're going to run? And I always said, no, I don't want. And then one day I said, let's give it a shot. And what I talked about then was the border, too. I think it probably was the number one issue for me. Back in 2015, 2016, I talked about the border. And now I talked about the border, but this border is much worse. We fixed the border. It was totally fixed. There was nothing to talk about. 2020, by the way, that election was totally rigged, but that's okay. It was a rigged election. You know the only thing good about it? It showed how bad they are, showed how incompetent, and frankly, historically, this is a much bigger event. If that would have gone like it should have. The bad thing about it is some bad things happened, like a lot of people in our country that wouldn't be in our country right now. So, you know, that's the bad part. But I will say that it started in 2015, and right from the beginning, we went to the top. Day one, they announced Trump, and Trump went to number one and stayed there for the whole primary. And then we took on Hillary. She didn't look too happy today. We took on Hillary. A very nice person, but we took on Hillary and we defeated Hillary, and then we did much better the second time in 2020. You know, we got millions more votes. We got millions, like 10, 12 million more votes than we did the first time. No president has ever gotten that many more votes. I got like 9 million more than anybody else had ever gotten, and they said we lost. And because of that, I said to Melania, what do you think? And she said, you want to do this again? And had we lost, and had I thought we lost, I wouldn't do it again, because that's like the ultimate poll, right? But I knew how well we did, and this time we made it too big to rig. It was so big. They tried like hell in the butt. They tried to do it, and around 9:02, they gave up. Last time they did bad things, but this time they just said, yes. You know, I don't know if you saw, Mr. Speaker, in Washington, they had placards. They were all set to march. They thought it'd be closer. A gentleman asked me, a very respected gentleman asked me yesterday, how come the polls were so wrong? They showed you winning, but not in a landslide. I said, because people that are true Trumpers are so angry at the whole polling system and at the writers, the fake news, that they don't want to talk to anybody. So when you call somebody from Trump, who are you voting for? They say, it's none of your business. I'm not telling you. And that was probably 40% of the people they called. So they would discard that one, and they didn't show that. And then when the election happened, you know, the vote came, and it was much different, much higher than we're going to win, but they really thought, they couldn't believe the one man said, I mean, it was so much higher. We won all 7 swing states. We won the popular vote by millions of votes, which is hard for a Republican. I'll tell you who came through. The unions came through. The auto workers were great. The Teamsters were great. The firemen were great. I think almost every union was great. The only one that weren't great, although Sean was great, and the Teamsters, Sean O'Brien, the head of the Teamsters, was fantastic. But generally speaking, the head of the union was against Trump, but the union would be with us for like 85%. Look what we did with the auto workers in Michigan. Look what we did with the Teamsters. The Teamsters were unbelievable. They were a solid Democrat vote, and they voted for Trump. So we had a great experience. Now we have to go to work and get it done, because we have to do something that's going to be great. We're going to turn our country around, and we're going to turn it around fast. And I think this was a better speech than the one I made upstairs, okay? I think this was better, JD. I think this was much better, and I got to see my friend. So, Governor, take care of yourself. You call me, we'll start working. You know what that means with him? He's going to be calling me tomorrow morning at about 6. And I said, how about next week? You call me, and we're going to get it started real fast. We'll really help you a lot. You've done a fantastic job protecting something which it's not supposed to be for the states. And amazing job you've done. Thank you very much. And I want to thank everybody. And I have a First Lady who's been incredible. She's been incredible. I shouldn't say this. I'm going to get hell when I say this, but her feet are absolutely aching. You know, those heels. And we thought we were leaving. We were going home. Sir, would you be able to go down and say hello to some of your other fans that are here? I said, oh, I didn't know that. Wow. Did you get to see pretty clearly the picture, I hope? Good. That's good. But because you wouldn't want to make the same speech again, right? But she said, darling, I love you so much, but my feet are killing me. I said, honey, let me just see how far it is. I asked the person. Oh, not that long, maybe 400 or 500 yards. That's 5 football fields. I said, can you make it? She said, we're going to make it no matter what. We're going to make it because we have to get, right? Right? And then we went out to the helicopter, though, just prior to this, and said goodbye. And it's a custom, and the wind is blowing like crazy. And with the hat that she's wearing, she almost blew away. We almost lost off her. She was being elevated off the ground. She almost blew away. No. So we all appreciate it, because she's been a great First Lady. A beautiful and a great First Lady. And they love our First Lady. You know, JD, whenever I make a speech, I see hundreds of times, we love our First Lady, and they do, and they should. She's great. So I just want to thank you very much. I just want to thank everybody. And I felt that, I said to JD, should we give him the A treatment, the B treatment, the C, the D, or the F? You know what the F is? Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Bye-bye. I gave you the A+ treatment. Thank you. Thank you all. Thank you, Governor. Thank you all very much. Appreciate it.
All right, so you were looking at pictures here from another portion of the Capitol where President Donald Trump has been speaking to supporters after his inaugural speech, actually in a speech that went just about as long or maybe even a little bit longer than his actual inaugural address. And this was kind of what we hear and expect is more of the campaign type rally speeches that we've heard, not as long or perhaps as animated, but more comfortable and familiar, and also flicking at some of the actions that we do anticipate President Trump will be working on as soon as he sits down at a desk and has those executive orders in front of him. All of those dozens, if not 100 or more executive orders that we expect the president to be signing today. But he spent a large portion of these remarks talking about security along the U.S.-Mexico border. Again, his signature campaign issue, one that we have heard about a lot in all of his presidential campaigns, and certainly something that he has signaled will be a hallmark of this second administration. So these events have wrapped up here. There are still several other things on the official docket for the rest of this inauguration day. Another thing that has happened while we were listening to the president's remarks is former President Joe Biden and former First Lady Jill Biden have departed from Joint Base Andrews. They have taken off on their trip to California. And Sagar, I think you can help walk me through a little bit of the nomenclature about some of these aircraft that we've been looking at today. I know I mentioned earlier, I know it's Marine.
Without the ones like you working tirelessly to keep things running, everything would suddenly stop. No matter your industry, Grainger's here for you with professional-grade supplies. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Have that familiar color scheme on the Sikorsky helicopters, the green and the white with United States of America written on them. Just like with Air Force One, that helicopter is only Marine One when the sitting commander-in-chief is on board. So seeing as how Joe Biden was no longer the commander-in-chief, what to call that? Those helicopters are flown by the Marine Helicopter Squadron 1 out of Joint Base Andrews. They are called the Nighthawks. So this became Nighthawk 46, was its call sign for the 46th president. Got off the helicopter, walked to what would have been called Air Force One just a few hours before that. That instead was Special Air Mission 46, SAM 46. The military likes nothing better than the acronyms and the names and playing on things like that. So, you know, the joke there on Capitol Hill was that Joe Biden got to Joint Base Andrews, gave a speech, got on what used to be Air Force One, and was wheels up and flying at the time that Donald Trump was still giving what amounted to a second inaugural address to a second group of supporters.
Good. Thank you I learned a lot. I've learned a lot here.
That's what we're here for.
Not just military aircraft nomenclature, but in general, kind of what we're walking through on this inauguration day. As you're looking at your screen, again, just a reminder of what we're looking at. Of course, that's the U.S. Capitol in your upper left quadrant. Below that is the Capitol Visitor Center. That's where President Donald Trump has been giving this address, as Sagar was just noting, that went on just about as long, if not longer, than his inaugural address. But also on the right-hand side, that's a look at Pennsylvania Avenue. That's one of the pathways, the main thoroughfares here in Washington, that is tradition on inauguration days for the new president to traverse in some fashion. It's usually in the form of a parade, clearly with the weather and events being changed around today. That will be a pathway instead that will take President Trump from the Capitol to the Capital One Arena, which you're now looking at there on your screen in the upper right-hand quadrant. There are some events happening there. There have been hundreds and thousands of supporters of President Trump gathered there for hours, lining up in the pre-dawn hours pretty much, waiting, because that is where he will be going for the festivities that are being subbed in on the schedule today in lieu of that traditional parade. They've been watching live all of the inauguration swearing-in activities, and later on today they will be seeing President Trump, and we expect him to be signing some executive orders as he officially begins his administration, but also, I would imagine, giving more remarks similar to what we just heard at the Capitol Visitor Center. Again, maybe with even more flair and more of a campaign feel than we heard in the inauguration address and also those remarks that followed. There's also a part of the schedule of events today, an official inaugural luncheon. That happens in this space between now and when the parade would be beginning, but now is actually going to be taking place at the Capital One Arena. So again, more things that are on the schedule, but that's what you're seeing there, taking a look outside and inside the Capitol complex, and then 2 other views from around Washington, Pennsylvania Avenue, and the Capital One Arena, where again, Donald Trump will be addressing some of his supporters later on today. And as you can see now there in the lower left, those are shots from that luncheon that we were just talking about. As members of Congress and other officials are gathering, this is another one of those Inauguration Day traditions. We're a little bit behind the official schedule at this moment, but that is, again, that's kind of what happens. We go with the flow. But all of those people are gathered there waiting for President Donald Trump to come in and participate in this official part of the schedule.
I mean, steak and crab cakes. You can't go wrong on that menu.
Yeah, so what's on the menu, Sagar? You have some intel?
That's it. Steak and crab cakes.
Okay.
Well, that's not it, but that's what jumps out. Steak from Nebraska for Senator Deb Fischer, who was part of the inaugural organizing committee. There is a Minnesota apple dessert in a nod to Amy Klobuchar, the Democrat from there. And again, as a Baltimore guy, crab cakes are what jump out at me. So we'll have to get some intel from someone in the room as to whether they're legitimate Baltimore jumbo love crab cakes or, you know, the diced up backfitting kind of thing that Baltimore folks want no part of.
I'm not going to get involved in the debate over crab cakes.
You want to stay very much out of that.
We can see some pictures now, too, inside that luncheon. There is Ivanka Trump, clearly the eldest daughter of President Trump, who was involved pretty heavily in his first administration, but has taken a step away from politics. She is said to spend more time with her family, but still very supportive of her father, in her own words. In the upper right there, we see in the Capital One Arena, there's Kellyanne Conway. She has been a longtime advisor of the president, helping run his first campaign and serving in an advisory capacity during the first administration. She has remained with him in an advisory capacity, speaking in the Capital One Arena, where Donald Trump will be later on this afternoon.
And that's what he did. Yes.
The list of speakers for that event in the Capital One Arena is a Trump who's who as well. Elon Musk, of course, influencer Charlie Kirk. We saw former trade advisor Peter Navarro a few minutes earlier. Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders was supposed to speak. She, of course, was Trump's second press secretary. Texas Congressman Ronnie Jackson, who was the president's doctor. Tom Homan, who's going to be the guy ostensibly carrying out all these immigration operations and all the talk about deportation that the president-elect had been making. Steve Witkoff, who's been in the news because of the hostages release in Gaza. He's the president's Mideast envoy. Kash Patel, the FBI director designate, who has not received a confirmation hearing yet and may have the steepest climb of all the Trump appointees so far. And then Dan Scavino, who's one of the architects of Trump's media and digital outreach during his first campaign and his first term. So that's all pretty much a fitting lead up to what will be the third speech we have heard the now president make today. He's gotten longer in the last two. This one, before a decidedly home crowd, could be another vintage Trump performance.
Of men and women and children from across this great nation who wanted to be there and be part of something bigger than all of us. To stand up and say, this is our country, that we kneel for the Lord, we stand for the flag, we don't confuse the two, and we're here because we believe in those three words that President Trump said every time. Secure the border, respect law enforcement, cut your taxes, repeal, replace Obamacare, get rid of Common Core. Yes, and this time, in 2024, you were there again. But so were so many Americans who had never voted or had never voted Republican. That's the magic of Donald Trump. President Trump, thank you. President Trump has done away with all these acronyms. CRT, BLM, ESG, DEI. Ladies and gentlemen, the acronym of the day of the term is USA. USA! You got it. People in Washington love to fight. They love to fight. He's not fighting with Washington. He's fighting for you. And that's why you fight. So continue to stand up and speak up and show up and put up. And ladies and gentlemen, whether you were for him on day one or you or people you know did it on November 5th, 2024 for the first time, keep saying welcome. Let's bring more people into this movement. This is an optimistic, positive, forward-looking time for our nation, for our children, for our grandchildren, for our veterans, for the forgotten man, the forgotten woman, the forgotten child. President Trump, never forget, did not need to do this. He did not need to do this. He already had everything that people who go into politics want. Money, fame, brilliant, beautiful wife, golf anytime he wants. He did this for the people. And as we all know, he dodged a bullet, but ladies and gentlemen, the whole country dodged a bullet. In not having Hillary Clinton or Kamala Harris as our presidents. Welcome. Again, happy Inauguration Day, and we're just part of the warm-up band for the main act, Vice President J.D. Vance, and 45-47, President Donald J. Trump. God bless you, and God bless the USA.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Congressman Dr. Ronnie Jackson.
All right, welcome America to the greatest day ever. I don't have to tell anybody in this room, these are my favorite people on the planet right here. You guys are the MAGA warriors. You guys, thank you. Thank you for everything you do. Well, I also don't have to tell you there's a new sheriff in town, right? Donald J. Trump was right about everything. Everything. I've known him for a long time. I was blessed to be his physician and work in the White House side by side with him.
We're dealing with a remarkably small sample size. We're at a really peak period at this moment, unfortunately, because of President Carter passing and then previously President H.W. Bush right before. We basically were at a high for ex-presidents. Now, of course, we're down to 3. So the president of the same party would oftentimes attend, the former president of the same party would oftentimes attend that inauguration, but not if they're the president who had just left office, because then they have the ceremony for that president to fly off. Ironically, for Ronald Reagan and others, flying off to California seems to be a popular thing to do. And so the takeaway I'm trying to get at is that we have a very, very small sample size. And so I'm very hesitant to say what typically happens, because each one of these inaugural events is really created for its own specific moment.
Lower right corner, Scott Turner, the HUD nominee, obviously Ivanka Trump in the middle, and that is Carrie Underwood down there, and I believe that's her husband, who plays in the NHL. He's a hockey player, and he plays, somebody will tell me what team he plays for, but I know he's a professional hockey player. Let's hear from our viewers as we go this afternoon. What we're waiting on is the luncheon. We don't know if we're going to have a speaking portion for that. We got the signing ceremony coming up. We have the review of the troops, all being done at the Capitol complex before Donald Trump goes to the Capital One Arena Center for the truncated parade, and then finally to the White House. Let's hear from Brad. Brad is in International Falls, Minnesota. Brad, What do you think so far?
Well, I think it was, it's been great so far. And I'm kind of impressed with C-SPAN today in a way that how you started talking about the things that happened this morning with Biden pardoning these people of no crime that they've ever been, charged with. And so that made me really happy that you started talking about that, because the regular media isn't going to talk about it. But I've always been skeptical with C-SPAN too, and I just want to point something out that you had said, that when he was giving his second address to the people down below, and you were talking about the lady from Nebraska and about how her husband wouldn't shake the hand of then Vice President Harris. And I'm thinking to myself, there's got to be a reason why you're doing that. I mean, are you trying to shame the guy, or for whatever reason? But that's like old news. I mean, what you should be talking about is the news of today. And the news of today is that, well, Nancy Pelosi didn't show up. Michelle Obama didn't show up. There's plenty of other things.
Thank you, Brad, for that. And in news also, Karen Pence, Mike Pence's wife, did not show up as well. Patricia is calling in from Minneapolis. Patricia, what do you think so far?
Yeah. Well, I think that C-SPAN is continuing their biased coverage. I agree with the man from International Falls, and plus the guests you have, he's been nothing but fairly critical about the speech. I love the speech. President Trump is informing people, a job that C-SPAN should have done for the last 4 years, of all the corruption and negative and horrible things that the Bidens have done. I pray and I hope that C-SPAN will be halfway fair.
Hey, Patricia, thank you. The president is about to sign some of the official documents in the president's room at the Capitol.
Was it great? We went to the helicopter. It was freezing. The sun is a little deceptive.
Yes, it is.
So what would you like us to do?
Sign your orders.
Official documents.
Okay, I assume they're going to be happy with these documents?
Yeah, we might not be here.
It's the next step.
It's a tradition.
Sir, the first is 22 cabinet and cabinet level appointments for your signature.
Okay.
The next one will be, excuse me, the next one will be 47 sub-cabinet level appointments, sir.
But you don't have to sign 47 times.
Thank you, sir. Now 31 acting designations and appointments to effectively take control of the government.
Let's do that.
Yeah, that's important.
Sounds important, isn't it?
Thank you. And we have 15 commission chairman and acting chairman appointments.
Send him.
Commission chairman and acting chairman.
He was #1 at Harvard also. You know that?
Good counsel.
They have something in common.
Thank you, sir. Lastly, we have a proclamation ordering that on all future inauguration days, including this inauguration day, that flags shall be flown at full mast.
Very important.
wonderful place to have an inauguration tonight. The sound was so good. The temperature was 72 degrees, but the sound was so good. All right, so maybe something to think about.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good acoustics. Yes.
All right. Now
That's
thank
it.
you. We go to lunch.
Great. Very
Nice to
good.
meet you. Thank you very much. There we go. Take that. All right. See you.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sir.
President, did you have a good meeting with former President Biden?
Very nice. Very nice. It's a beautiful custom.
Mr. President,
It goes back as long as helicopters. Before that, it was a stagecoach. But I thought it was beautiful. Thank you. Great job. Great job.
Thank you.
Check.
Mr. President, do you have any reaction to the pardons President Biden did at the last minute?
Well, I'm not going to discuss it now. I think it was unfortunate that he did that. We won't discuss it now. There's plenty of time to discuss it.
Thank you very much, guys.
Should we go to lunch? Yeah.
Very much.
Okay. Okay.
Head to lunch.
Ready for lunch? Okay. Thank you.
That was 3 times the number of appointments you did in 2017, sir, on day 1. Plenty of time. Just getting started.
A lot of good work to do. So rarely you want to stop it. It's good counsel.
Try to look through your documents.
So that's when they get green.
You just saw Democratic leaders Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer, along with Senate Majority Leader John Thune, talking with the president as he signed some official congressional documents. And you also heard him say that he really enjoyed having the inaugural in the rotunda of the Capitol. Jeffrey Engel, do you think that's a possibility that they will move the inaugural into the Capitol?
You know, the inauguration's only been at on the National Mall since 1985. Since 1981, when Ronald Reagan from California wanted to essentially put a Western stamp, if you will, on the entire agenda for his administration, looking to the West and also metaphorically, I think, looking to the future. And before that, of course, the presidents were most typically inaugurated on the East steps, where we saw President Biden leave in the Marine One helicopter. And that's, of course, the site where, for example, President Lincoln gave his remarkable first, but more importantly, second inaugural address. That's the site where Franklin Roosevelt said, "We have nothing to fear but fear itself," in 1933. So that's also the site where John Kennedy said that we are passing the torch to a new generation. So there's no reason to think that they couldn't decide to keep using the National Mall. Frankly, I think given the length of the ceremony and the fact that President Trump's agenda is already timeline for today is already several hours behind, I think it was perhaps a good thing to get people out of the cold. I myself have been in the cold on the Mall in January watching a president be sworn in, and it's darn cold out there.
Coming up, the congressional luncheon, and we've been showing you pictures from Statuary Hall inside the Capitol of some of the members who are gathering for that. After that, a review of the troops by President Trump. Then he will depart the Capitol, motorcade to Capitol One Arena, which is the name of our sporting arena here in Washington, D.C., less than a mile. After that, he'll speak to supporters there. About 20,000 people have been there all day listening and watching the inauguration. And he will do a signing ceremony there as well, some remarks, and then off to the White House. And then tonight, it's the inaugural balls. He is scheduled to attend 2 or 3 of those. And of course, C-SPAN will be live with all of that. Reminder that C-SPAN 2 is just pictures of Washington throughout the day from all the different cameras that are available to us without commentary. Jeffrey Engel, it is a little disconcerting to see outside Washington empty on inaugural day like it is.
It's very unusual. I mean, normally this day would be absolutely packed, but I think as we start thinking about the incoming second now Trump administration, it's also, especially as a historian, I think time to start really thinking about the Biden administration. And one thing that I think we should recall from Biden's campaign in 2020 was his pledge, essentially, that he was going to restore normalcy. Now, remember, that was in the middle of a pandemic. There was lots of crises going on in the country, political division. But his pledge was really to return the country to a normal, almost boring state of affairs, if you will, where things happened as expected. In some ways, I think what we're seeing today is the culmination and accomplishment of the Biden administration, which is that what's going on today with the new administration coming in is something that we used to say before January 6th of last time was remarkable, that we have this normal, peaceful transfer of power. Well, it seems pretty normal today. So in a sense, I think that President Biden, while of course, no doubt disappointed in the outcome of the recent election, and of course, had some difficulties trying to understand his own role in that election. And there's no doubt, I think, that he would look at the events of today being so routine and say, oh, this is part of the accomplishment of my administration.
Jeffrey Engel, in a contemporarily put way, how would you rate the Biden administration at this point? I know it's terribly early.
Well, it's terribly early. I think that actually legislatively, they turned out to be one of the more accomplished administrations. I think in some ways they're an administration that would have to rank with the New Deal and with Lyndon Johnson's Great Society, and in some ways with President Reagan's own first-term agenda as transformative for the nation. However, the real point, I think, of the Biden administration, President Biden's own personal participation in it, was essentially to replace President Trump and then to keep President Trump out of office. So from a legislative, from a bureaucratic, from a policy perspective, I would have to say that they're going to get very, very good marks by historians because they simply accomplished a lot on the big theme of the administration, which was, as President Biden said, to preserve democracy. Not saying that President Trump is or is not preserving democracy, but President Biden made the point that his administration was really in many ways to keep Trump from coming back into power. So there's no way, I think, that historians will look at his agenda, President Biden, and say that it was in any way fulfilled because the singular purpose of his running failed to materialize.
At the luncheon, Justice Samuel Alito is sitting with Apple CEO Tim Cook, along with Donald Trump Jr. You can see Senator Scott. The prayer is happening right now at the congressional luncheon. We've got a few more minutes with our guest, Jeffrey Engel of Southern Methodist University. We also want to take some calls and hear your voices. Lee in California, what do you want to say?
Well, today's a great day. I just want to do an air clap for our country. We have President Trump back in the presidency. I want to tell everybody in America to unite. I'm here in California. I think we're going to see Biden out here pretty soon. I just want to let everybody know in the media, it's not really good to go after Trump too much because that's kind of why he's back in the office. So, all the clemency that Biden did and all the shenanigans at the end, I think we really need to kind of look at this last administration and let's kind of be a cheerleader for our country and for our president, and let's kind of have some goodwill to come together. I am an independent, but I did vote for Donald Trump because I want to see our country go back to security and securing our borders. So I just hope C-SPAN will stay on the right path and you guys will report on him legitimately and you'll report on his legacy moving forward.
That is Lee in California. Thank you for calling in. Robert Kennedy Jr., the HHS Secretary nominee, along with his wife, Cheryl Hines, is sitting with Senators Lisa Murkowski and Chris Coons. Next call is Clayton of Wichita, Kansas, Republican line. Hi, Clayton.
Hi, thank you for taking my call, and happy Martin Luther King Day. Great inauguration day, even though it was very cold out there. It's still cold here in the middle of the country, too. What I wanted to say is now that Trump is in office, all of his administration has said a lot of things, and I want to see if they're going to fulfill it or not. For instance, like what Kash Patel has said about the FBI headquarters, and what they've came out and said, Donald Trump is signing a lot of executive orders, but let's see where it goes. And insofar as with Biden signing all these pardons, now I want to know, what did they do that they deserve pardons? And keep in mind, they can't plead the fifth now that they've received pardons in the criminal case against somebody who doesn't happen to have a pardon.
And that just a second ago, you saw Defense Secretary nominee Pete Hegseth sitting with Justice Thomas and his wife, Ginny Thomas. It looks like they're standing for the president's entrance into Statuary Hall.
Accompanied by Mrs. Weinshaw Schumer. House Majority Leader, the Honorable Steve Scalise, accompanied by Mrs. Scalise. And House Democratic Leader, the Honorable Hakeem Jeffries. Please remain standing for the honors and the invocation. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the Vice President of the United States, ranking member of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Deb Fischer and Mr. Fischer. Ladies and gentlemen, the Vice President of the United States, the Honorable J.D. Vance, accompanied by Mrs. Vance. Ladies and gentlemen, escorting the President of the United States, the Chairwoman of the Joint Congressional Committee on Inaugural Ceremonies, the Honorable Amy Klobuchar and Mr. Bessler. Ladies and gentlemen, the President of the United States, the Honorable Donald John Trump and Mrs. Trump.
I have a feeling people are very hungry, so I'm going to get this started. Mr. President and Madam First Lady, Mr. Vice President and Madam Second Lady, my colleague Senator Fischer, distinguished guests including the Speaker, Leader Jeffries, and Senate Leaders Thune and Schumer, on behalf of the United States Congress, welcome to the 60th inaugural lunch. Big surprise, we are featuring Nebraska beef and Minnesota apples for dessert. We are here in Statuary Hall, where these luncheons have taken place since President Reagan's first inauguration in 1981, and where the House of Representatives once met over 150 years ago. That would be before you were born, Mr. Speaker. In 1864, after the new House wing of the Capitol was built, and in the midst of the Civil War, Congress dedicated this chamber to host statues chosen by every state. Walking into the hall, we all passed under the arch, holding the marble Car of History clock. The statue shows Cleo, the Greek muse of history, holding a book to record events as they happen. And as you can see, she's heard a lot of stuff. And as she rides her chariot forward into the future, she looks behind her to remember the past. She remains here as she has for hundreds of years, a reminder that history will remember the events of the present, and it is on us to write that history right now. Speaking of art, the painting right here before you, I chose this painting for this lunch this summer, and it's titled American Horizon. It's by Jane Wilson, who grew up on her family farm in Seymour, Iowa. Coming from the middle of our country, Senator Fisher and I both like the painting because the artist is from America's heartland, but the horizon could easily be Florida, Mr. President. I will also note that this is the first time in history we are featuring the work of a woman artist at this lunch, and we thank the Art Institute of Chicago for their assistance. Looking at the vast open landscape of this painting, we're drawn to the bottom of the frame where the land or the water, depending on where you're from, meets the sky, and the horizon endures. The enduring horizon is especially meaningful for us today as we mark our enduring democracy as we approach its 250th anniversary. It's a reminder that what's over the horizon is our next chapter. And it is my prayer that the people in this room can write that chapter together. I'd now like to ask U.S. Senate Chaplain Dr. Barry Black, and we thank God he is back with us and in good health, to deliver the invocation, after which lunch will be served. Thank you.
Let us pray. King of kings and Lord of lords, whose kingdom is above all earthly kingdoms, and who judges all lesser sovereignties, look with favor upon President Donald John Trump and Vice President James David Vance. Empower them with the wisdom and courage needed for our times. Protect them from the vicissitudes and challenges that obstruct the making of a world of justice, peace, and righteousness. Lord, give them a deep desire to do their best for our country and world, and a determination to act in ways pleasing to you. Preserve their families in health and strength by your grace and power. Bless now this luncheon as each of us finds your grace sufficient for every need. We pray in your sovereign name. Amen.
And after the lunch, President Trump will review the troops at the Capitol before heading off to Capitol One Arena for the truncated presidential parade. Ursula Perano is a congressional reporter with Politico, and she is joining us. Ms. Perano, 2.5 hours into the Trump administration, what's your take?
Yeah, I think things are moving particularly quickly. We're seeing a ton of announcements already so far on legislative actions. Republicans in Congress very quickly coming out saying they're ready to get to work, digging into their own priorities that they're hoping to see Trump pass quickly. So I think we're seeing an administration and a trifecta of Republicans between the House, Senate, and White House that are really digging in to try and get things done quicker than we might have seen in previous administrations.
Well, let's talk about that trifecta of Trump, Johnson, and Thune. Senate Majority, Speaker of the House, President.
Yeah, I think there are some interesting dynamics between these congressional leaders and President Trump. You know, they have spent a lot of time in recent weeks and months trying to talk and make sure they're on the same page about the legislative agenda. But even as we start going into these first few weeks, there are clear differences we're still seeing between Trump, the House, and the Senate on just certain things about legislative approach, even like one bill on reconciliation or two. I think both of these leaders are going to really have to lean into their personal relationships with Donald Trump, which do differ. Speaker Mike Johnson, obviously, the last time Trump was in office, was not somebody who was on his radar. And so they have worked to develop a relationship within, you know, these past few years as Trump clearly rose again to the presidency. And then John Thune had some bumpy years with Trump. He had some years where he was perhaps seen as one of the more critical Republicans of Trump, particularly after January 6th. But he's been doing a lot to shore up his relationship with the president as well. And so we're going to be seeing those relationships actually be put to the test now that there is no more talk. It's not just talking about, here are the things we want to do, here are the nominees we want to get through. People actually have to be able to prove, being Thune and Johnson, have to be able to prove that they can corral their Republican members around President Trump's priorities.
President Trump talked about a couple of specifics in his speech, including the border and DEI, some of these things. How do you see this moving legislatively?
I think we're going to be seeing a lot of focus on trying to get as much done through reconciliation as possible. Granted, that is limiting. You know, it has to have that budget tie that can get through the Senate parliamentarian. And so some things like border might have some wiggle room there. Other things might be more difficult for Republicans to package in there. I think we are going to see Trump, of course, move on a lot of executive orders where we could see some of his priorities get through perhaps more seamlessly, because inevitably the filibuster does still exist in the Senate. There's no sign that Senate Republicans are eager particularly to overturn it. And there are still enough Democrats to block most legislation aside from reconciliation from moving forward. So I think we are going to see Senate Republicans in particular and House Republicans digging in their heels on using that sort of legislative process to get through as much as they possibly can before Democrats are able to sort of put up their figurative wall that they're hoping to hold on to.
And we should note that the Senate is due to come into session this afternoon, correct?
Yes, they are. They will be back taking a vote this evening. And there's a lot of eyes on whether Senator Rubio will be confirmed as Secretary of State this evening. There are some traditions around letting one nominee, maybe two nominees, get confirmed on day one. But it would require Senate Democrats allowing for a time agreement for that nomination to be sped up. We've heard from a lot of Senate Democrats who said they're open to that, but they're deferring to leadership so far. So we're going to have to see over the next few hours if Senate Democratic leadership would agree to that sort of procedural motion to let Rubio through quickly, who he does have a lot of Democratic support across the aisle.
Ursula Perano, a lot of festivities today, of course, but do you expect a very busy week in the Senate, particularly when it comes to some of the nominations?
I think we are going to see a busy week. We're going to see a lot of hearings continue and votes on nominees within committees. And then I think we're going to see at least a couple of nominees get through the floor. There, again, hopes to have at least one tonight. I think there are other nominees like Ratcliffe that we could see pretty quickly as we move into the week. You know, and there's this desire by Senate Republican leadership to give the presentation and also to prove that they're ready to get to work. That is something that new GOP leader John Thune has really emphasized by beefing up the Senate schedule, by nixing several rounds of recess over the next few months, by saying that Friday votes are going to be a regular thing. That's rather abnormal in the Senate. They tend to leave town on Thursdays. They tend to take a break one recess week-ish each month to go work in their districts. And so there is this idea that Thune is really going to want to put his foot on the gas and get Republicans moving quickly on policy and on legislation, and particularly reconciliation, which folks are hoping to have done by spring.
CEOs from Apple, TikTok, Google, Meta, all present and accounted for up on at the inaugural speech, and of course Elon Musk as well. Do you expect some action on when it comes to tech policy, and if so, what?
I think we are seeing tech and the White House really cozy up in a way where you can tell that there is some intentional relationships being built there. There were a lot of Republican lawmakers, including some governors, that didn't even make it in the rotunda today due to the limited seating situation. So when you do see who made it in, that isn't necessarily on the traditional list for legislators that might attend an inauguration, it does sort of raise some attention to what is the nature of the connections that are being formed there. Democrats have already pointed out this sort of connection and these criticisms, and so there will be pushback from the left. But I do think it's a sign that Trump, or at least tech, are trying to find some way to work together. And we'll have to see what that looks like in policy.
Yeah, we saw Governor Greg Abbott of Texas in the overflow room down in the Emancipation Hall. President Trump called him out a couple times.
Yeah. And so it's one of those tricky politics that have really been shown by this unique situation of having the rotunda be the space for the inauguration, is that you can't have everybody. And so who got on the invite list to be inside the room versus in that overflow space is definitely something that people are really looking to. And I'll say right now, even with the lunch, there's a lot of questions about the seating arrangements, who sat next to each other, where are nominees placed next to certain senators, and how might that be an effort to court support for confirmation on the floor. You know, there's a lot of
tariffs, and we only made money. We had no income tax. All we did is charge other countries and foreign companies, if they wanted to sell to America, you had to pay for entry. Okay, so imagine this. The US government had no
Vice President Vance, Speaker Johnson, Senator.
Now, what's happened? We have the Internal Revenue Service. That means charge us internally. Now, imagine politicians who can't even balance their own checkbook, taking our money, and what do they do every year? Let's just take more, let's just take more, let's just take more. So this is how Donald Trump is going to end it and fix it. Last week, he announced that we're going to return America to greatness by creating, and today is its birth date, the External Revenue Service. So if you're always wondering, is some bureaucrat going to cut your benefits? Not under Donald Trump. Not under Donald Trump. It means foreign companies are going to pay if they want to come and sell products to the wealthiest country on earth. And if they want to compete with American workers, then let's just not tax our American workers. It means creating level playing fields. And it means that America will be great by reducing the taxes that we pay and driving the ones that they pay. So what that means is the External Revenue Service will put up tariffs or walls that protect you. And that means if these companies don't want to pay, there's only one thing they can do. Build their factories in America, hire Americans with great high-paying jobs. Let's double the size of our unions in America, but not just by adding more and more great paying jobs. That's our objective. So today is the beginning of celebrating the return of common sense and ending the decades of disrespecting the American worker and the disrespect and unfair treatment of our workers. Today, Donald Trump returns to the White House and prosperity returns to America. Thank you all. And I love today. What a day.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Governor Glenn Youngkin.
Thank you. Well, come on now, can't you feel it? The American spirit is alive and well. This is the dawn of the golden age of America because we inaugurated the 47th President of the United States of America, Donald J. Trump. What a day to be in Washington, D.C. You know, I live right across the river in Virginia. And by the way, in Virginia, we know that taxes have to be low, jobs have to be plentiful, and it's your money, not the government's. But we also know that in Virginia and in America, freedom is not free. We know that our military heroes and their families sacrifice everything. We know that law enforcement stands in the breach. We must back the blue, and I want everybody here to give a rounding applause for the 25,000 military and police officers keeping us all safe today in Washington, D.C. God bless America. My friends, we are standing here on the dawn of a new age, and we are seeing the sun set. The sun set on weakness, the sun set on wokeness, and the sun set on a wide open border that has turned every state into a border state. We are seeing the dawn of a prosperous America, the dawn of a secure and safe America, and the dawn of a world that sees peace because we have a strong America. Our new president, Donald J. Trump, has never, ever lost faith in America. They tried to take him down legally. They tried to put him in jail. They tried to even assassinate him. And he never gave up on America, and America, we will never give up on him. And as we stand here on this dawn of the next golden age in America, we all have a responsibility. It is our responsibility to stand every day in support of this administration, to do everything that we possibly can do for America's success. President Trump deeply believes this, and both he and J.D. Vance have already gone to work. He is signing executive orders. He is closing the border. He is bringing down inflation. He is stepping into the breach. Ladies and gentlemen, it is time for America to be prosperous again. It is time for America to be safe again. It is time for America to be strong again. And it is time for America to be great again. I hail from the great Commonwealth of Virginia, and we know a few great Americans in our history, from George Washington to Thomas Jefferson to James Madison to Patrick Henry, who echoed, "Give me liberty or give me death." My friends, those words that Thomas Jefferson penned, which are the greatest words, at least in this hemisphere, ever written, that we hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal and we are endowed by our Creator with certain unalienable rights, and among them are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we stand here on the dawn of a new age where life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness are available to every American. And we must stand together as we collectively say, God bless America, and God bless Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance. Thank you all very much. God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Mr. Elon Musk.
This is what victory feels like. Yeah! And this was no ordinary victory. This was a fork in the road of human civilization. Okay. You know, there are elections that come and go. Some elections are, you know, important, some are not. But this one this one really mattered. And I just want to say thank you for making it happen. Thank you. My heart goes out to you. It is thanks to you that the future of civilization is assured. Thanks to you. We're going to have safe cities, finally, safe cities. Secure borders, sensible spending, basic stuff. And we're going to take Doge to Mars. I mean, can you imagine how awesome it will be to have American astronauts plant the flag on another planet for the first time? Bam! Bam! Yeah! How inspiring would that be? You know, there's always problems in life. You know, there's this problem, solve that problem. But you know, there need to be things that inspire you. There need to be things that make you glad to wake up in the morning and say, I'm looking forward to the future. Yeah. And I love you guys. So, and let me tell you, I'm gonna work my ass off for you guys. So, I really will. So, and yeah, but I'm super fired up. for the future. It's going to be very exciting. As the president said, we're going to have a golden age. It's going to be fantastic. And one of the fundamental things, one of the most American values that I love is optimism. And this feeling like we're gonna make the future good. We're gonna make it good. So, man, I can't wait. This is gonna be fantastic. So thank you again, and yeah, I'm just so excited about the future. Thank you guys. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Kash Patel.
My, oh my, how do you follow Elon Musk when he tells you you're going to take you to Mars? I'll tell you how. He and I share something deeply. We love the American dream. And we have been given a gift by God today to usher in a new dynasty because we just inaugurated Donald J. Trump as our 47th president. And we just inaugurated J.D. Vance as our Vice President of the United States. And we did that because the American dream is alive and well, because you chose that our dream can be the dream for our children and the dream for our world. And we are at a crossroads here in America, but our future is bright because you had the courage to stand for your convictions. So I'm humbled here to talk to you about why I love the American dream. My story's pretty simple, it's unique, and some of you share in it. My parents were born and raised in East Africa. My father in the 1970s fled a genocidal dictatorship in Uganda, where he saw 300,000 of his countrymen murdered, where he saw what lawlessness would do if it was allowed to break through the system of constitutional justice. He fled, like so many others. He married my mother. They moved here. They waited in line. They stood in line because the American dream was worth standing in line for. That dream is woven into the fabric of this nation, and our immigration policy is the greatest policy in the world. And now that we have Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, it will become the greatest policy in the world again. But dreams and hopes aren't enough, my friends. We got to get to work. And we got to accept the realities that too many of you know from your communities. President Trump launched in his first term priorities of national security, law enforcement, economy, and global diplomacy. But now we have to retread some of that. And I'd just like to go over a few of the things that our community has been living under these last few years. In the last calendar year alone, we had 100,000 drug overdoses. In the last calendar year alone, we had over 100,000 rapes. In the last calendar year alone, we had 17,000 homicides. That is unacceptable in 2025 in the United States of America. That is why we need constitutional law and order. When I read the statistic that for the age group of 18 to 45, the #1 cause of death is CCP fentanyl. We are not prioritized to go after the threats that face this country, and most of all, that face our future generations. But thank God, we will be starting right now. President Trump and J.D. Vance's leadership and administration will usher in the priorities that I cherished during my 16 years in government service. That we will always, always honor the men and women who wear the cloth of our nation and stand on that wall and tell you nothing's getting by them tonight. And so to them, thank you. To our teachers and our frontline workers and our first responders, y'all choose to show up every single day for our children, for our communities, and we will now show up for you. Thank you for keeping us safe. To the men and women in law enforcement, and maybe I'm biased on this one, our police officers, our sheriffs, our federal agents are some of the greatest warriors that God has ever created. And we will put them first because they have our backs, and now we will have your backs. I am standing here because of the American dream. I am not standing here because of the color of my skin. I'm standing here because I earned my right on this stage, and you earned your right to be here with me. And I promise you this, with every fiber of my being, that our law enforcement, that our teachers, that our first responders, that our veterans, that our men and women in uniform who dare to serve this country and put themselves below the rest of our needs will be reprioritized to the top of the heap because they are standing on that wall, and we will not let that light go dark on them. Whether I was a national security prosecutor, a public defender, President Trump's deputy director of national intelligence, his chief of staff at the Department of Defense, or so many other roles that I was humbled and privileged to serve when I swore an oath to that Constitution, which I hope to do so again one day soon. You have my word that you have ushered in a dynasty of change. You have ushered in a dynasty that will allow our children to live this American dream. My American dream. I am living the world's American dream. I am the son of lawful immigrants. We worked our tails off just like you all do, and I'm gonna make you a deal. I promise you I will never quit on your children. I will never quit on their children, because this American dream does not belong to me. It does not belong to them. This American dream belongs to the world. So in closing, I just want to tell you this. It's pretty cool to be speaking in Capital One Arena right before the boss. You've inspired me beyond words. Your love, your devotion, your commitment to our country, everywhere I go, shows us that we are not only the beacon of hope, but we are the land of constitutional justice. We are the land under Donald J. Trump and J.D. Vance, where we are going to end the two-tier system of justice. We are going to remove the weaponization of the intelligence community for political purposes. And we are going to put the men and women of America first. So listen, there's just one thing left to do. We all got work to do. We've got the greatest president and the greatest vice president in the history of the world. And so I just need you all to do a little bit more. Every time you see a law enforcement officer, every time you see a veteran, every time you see a teacher, shake their hand. Give them a little bit of your time, because they're giving us all of our time. And don't forget to enjoy the ride, ladies and gentlemen. God bless America. God bless these United States of America. God bless every one of you. I'm living the American dream. My name is Kash Patel, and I ain't going anywhere. Let's go to work.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage, Dan Scavino.
Hello, Patriots. How's everybody doing this evening? We're back! USA! 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 The 45th and the 47th President of the United States of America will be here shortly. He's down at the Capitol. He'll be in a little while. He'll be here. They asked me to come out and say a few words and say hello to you great American patriots that came from all over the country. Thank you for being here today. One thing I just noticed when we were leaving the Capitol after the swearing in that really hit me hard after the journey we have been on over the last 9 years, especially over the last 4 years. It really hit me when they took the presidential seal right here and put it on front of the podium for when the president gets here. President Trump often says to us on Team Trump over the years, "You're so lucky that I took you on this journey." In the good times and the bad times, no matter what would be happening, we'd be sitting on Trump Force One, Air Force One, in the Oval Office, at Mar-a-Lago, no matter where it may be. Good times, bad times. You are so lucky I took you on this journey. And you know what, Mr. President? You are damn right. You took all of us on this journey. There's been a lot of stops along the way from 2016 when we started back in 2015 with a small campaign team flying around the country, doing rallies, small team, 6, 7, maybe 8 people. Then it continued to grow. Before you knew it, the GOP nomination was going to Donald J. Trump in Cleveland in 2016. Fast forward, he became the 45th President of the United States of America. He had a great 4-year term, and you know what's been great? The last 4 years have not been great in many senses, but he's back in office right now, and I'm just absolutely so pumped up for what this president is going to do. He loves each and every one of you in this arena. The guy cares. He has a fighting spirit, as you saw in Butler, Pennsylvania, with the assassination attempt that came a few months ago. You could say that again. Fight, fight, fight. It's a moment that I will never forget, being there and in the hospital with him. I want to just give you a behind-the-scenes moment with the president and the heart that he has. We were in the hospital he had blood coming down his ear. He wanted to know how his staff was. Myself and Susie were with him, and Stephen Chung and Walt, and even the Secret Service. How are you guys doing? The guy just got shot in the damn head, and he's worried about us. Are you guys okay? He's on the phone with his family. Showed him a picture, the iconic photo of his fist raised in the air. Told him it was from Doug Mills from the New York Times, a great photographer. He looked at the picture, he's staring at the picture, one of the most historical photos of all time. There'll never be anything like it. He said, "Call Doug and see if he's doing okay." That's the attitude he had in that hospital. Our president has been resilient through a lot, and I don't need to get into all of it because you're all familiar with it, and I'm convinced much of it that went on over the last 4 years is why he won the election in an electoral landslide. In Butler, Pennsylvania, when he got up and he raised that fist and he shouted, "Fight." He will do that for every one of you, for the United States of America. He will always put America first, without question. He loves what he does. He's got a great administration and a great team behind him. What a journey. McDonald's, drive-through window. Garbage trucks showing up at a rally, and him on the plane putting on his orange vest. Sir, you're gonna take that off? I'm going to the rally in my orange vest. The guy is 1 in a trillion. There will never be anybody like this man again. Enjoy this moment. Enjoy this movement. And together, we will continue to fight, 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 put America first, and make America great again. God bless everybody here. We love you. Thank you.